the detail around mapping and data and all the rest of the stuff, and trying just to get to the bigger picture around what we're trying to do with this current step. So this is not the end of the road for liquefaction. It's really just a stepping stone along the path. So briefing purpose is really to ensure you understand the purpose of the updated maps, understand the intent of the updated guidance, being the screening tool, understand the proposed direction for resource consents. We were talking about or proposing to bring forward the liquefaction testing earlier in the process, and particularly your thoughts around zoning and proximity risk. So I guess looking at doing the testing at subdivision time and zoning time, and also I guess proximity risk being how many tests do we want to do on a site to be comfortable that we've got the site covered. So it's a bit of an OC scenario today, not a do will come in the form of a broader paper which will have more detail in it. But again, really what I'm trying to get to today is concept. What I'm asking that you consider the proposed changes to the liquefaction mapping and guidance, pending return to council for adoption. Again, step along the path, not the end goal. Any concerns be raised which may impact the progression of the proposed next iteration. So Councillor Proctor raised some concerns around the data, which noted and have discussed. I don't think in terms of what we're trying to achieve or where we're trying to get to today, that's a game breaker, and it's certainly something we can come back to and consider what he tabled today in the email around alternate map potential, and we've obviously talked about risk and probability in the past. So what are the proposed changes provide for our community? I guess this is really the crux of what I'm trying to get to. Trying to provide a clearer starting point than we've currently got, easier screening tool to follow, cheaper assessment costing on balance, so bring that cost down, faster determination of land status, so understanding what we're dealing with earlier, greater community awareness, earlier on, ethically robust, I'd say. That's around subdivisions for sale that you actually know what the status of the land is, so you're not paying $400,000 only to find you have to put 200 in the ground. Slightly higher risk profile on good ground because we're backing off on some of the testing, but it's good ground, and sound risk-based screening process. So clarification of the starting point. Obviously there's some contention around the maps and where we got to and what the maps tell us from Tonkin and Taylor. I think what they do is they give us a starting point, so there's more clarity around where we're at in the right hand side graph than on the left hand side. So I guess on the left hand side, if it's unknown, it's unknown. On the right hand side, at least we've got a starting point. Need to bear in mind that we still have to test anyway, so as it currently stands and before building, we do need to have some sort of test of the land that's underneath the building. So soil types can vary a lot over a short distance, so you still need to test. Updated maps aim to identify soils which are more likely susceptible to liquefaction. It doesn't say it is or isn't. We still need to test. Screening tool aims to ensure that site-specific investigations are undertaken at the best point in time. Information from those investigations then deem or determine the nature of the foundations to be built, as we've talked about before. Site-specific testing is still required under the updated guidance, so there is still a need within the Building Act for us to test the ground. Simplified screening tool doesn't look like it on that guide, on that slide, but we've actually removed 2 tiers, created a shorter path, and proposes another entry point around subdivision. So if you're in the green, essentially there, if you're in the green map on the prior slide, if you're in the green, which is half a living, then you pretty much go to a historical testing methodology, which is simple without a big drill rig and all that sort of carry on. So that's where the probably primary gains are, is stripping out a bunch of that cost and that need. So we know there's good ground on this side of the Oxford Street. The requirement's going to be a lot less than it is currently. Again, that's not the end, that's just a step closer to the end. Enhanced awareness earlier on, I guess this is something I'm a little bit, I proposed and was keen to get the point across is currently, and this applies to a number of things, not just necessarily liquefaction, but other things like fire or water supplies and things like that. But quite often we've got the outcome sort of design and awareness piece happening at the stage on the far right. When we're doing that, you can see there that we're multiplying the effort to get to those points, and it's really late in the piece. So those other two stages have already gone past, and we're right at the end, finding out a whole bunch of stuff we could have known earlier. What proposing through this is a starting point with liquefaction as we shift some of these points back, shift the design back to resource consent stage and awareness back to zoning stage. So that, what does that mean? That means that, you know, when we go to zone a new land use area, that we are doing decent liquefaction testing to determine what the quality of the land is. In time, council may decide or may not to treat that differently if it was highly susceptible land versus if it was not. Like I said previously, if we put, there's not a lot of talk about infrastructure, but if we put infrastructure into higher risk land, then the risk of it failing is greater in an event. So the earlier we can understand what we're looking at, the better, is what I'm talking here. At subdivision, you know, part of the discussion, I guess, is we could do more tests to give greater certainty. So maybe, you know, one to cover 4 properties or 2 in that case. At the moment, we do like a test on every site, essentially, when you go to build. So that's liquefaction, but if you looked at that from a fire tank perspective, which I'll talk about another day, you know, the piece in the middle, if we designed the subdivision with firefighting included in the rural areas, like a wide area rise, then we could have fewer assets, lesser cost, less effort by the people owning the land earlier on. So you could have, like, you know, in that case, let's say 3 tanks servicing 8 sections. What we've got at the moment is we end up doing a lot of that testing or tank implementation or stuff at building consent. So we end up with 8 tests, 8 tanks sort of thing. So this is really about shifting the cost back earlier in the process around zoning, because, you know, really at that sort of early stage, and if we're talking sort of smart growth, that may determine if we are comfortable going into that area as a development area. And if we are, we know exactly what we're going into. Time and value is what we're trying to get out. I know in Christchurch, for example, they, you know, on their signs where they're selling land, they'll actually say, hey, TC1 land, because that's actually a selling proposition, because you don't have to put the money in the ground and foundation. We're not there yet, but obviously we want to ideally know as soon as possible what the state of the ground is. So what's next? Clearer, cheaper, easier. The technical side, that list there is more around the technical components that I'd raised previously. Probably doesn't do a whole lot to give you more clarity as to what we're talking about in absolute terms when we get into that level of detail. Those things will be in the report, but the sort of primary premise is, you know, clearer, cheaper, easier, earlier. That's what we're trying to achieve with the proposed changes. From there, we can come back and review some of the other points. Do accept proximity risk tolerance in the green. So that's, you know, do we want to get to a point where we, you know, did one test on a piece of land that we're comfortable supported the surrounding land? There is risk, but we could go down that path in time, take cost out and effort. Do we start plan changes contributing to smart growth? So if we know in areas high liquefaction or high risk, high cost for everybody who's going to be involved in it, then we may take a different view or may not, but that's council decision.
Lee, can I just ask a question already? If you back to the slide with the 3, that.
Yeah.
So you're not. Are we? Just so I'm really, really clear and the tables clear. We're not saying we're going to bring the 8, like the approach of the 8 different test sites to the front, are we? Or is that what we are saying? I thought we were going for like the middle, sort of a middle of the road option where yes, we bring it to the front of the process, so it's the developer's responsibility, but the testing is not as extensive as if it has to occur at a individual lot level later on in the process.
Yeah, correct. So if you're looking at that slide and you imagine the two on the left aren't there, that's what we're doing currently is on the right. So we're out there sort of pretty intensive,
Yep.
tests for each site.
Yep.
By going back and adding those two rectangles I have, that's what I'm proposing we shift backwards, so we've got greater awareness earlier at lower cost for everybody in the process, really. Potentially some higher cost for the developer, but then at least the person buying the section or developing the house on that piece of land will have awareness of what they're dealing with. Back at the zoning stage, that's really probably for council to say, well, actually, that piece of land is developable, but it's TC3, so we know it's going to come with additional costs around potentially looking after our infrastructure or risk of failure. If there was a big event, we might pack everything up and move out. So do we want to go in now? It raises different questions, I guess, in terms of strategically what we want to do. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's perfect. Thanks.
So, Blair, previously we've talked about when the testing's done, the results of testing across the district going into a database. And then obviously that database being able to inform some more of the science from a local perspective, rather than these big general maps that are very, very general. Is that happening, and are we getting any information from that? And I think we talked about incentives for people doing that. So is that something we're still through?
Yeah, no, you're right. We did talk about that, and we did discount that a while ago in one of the prior iterations, purely because the engineers doing the testing are obliged to put that data into the national database anyway. So us trying to do it and incentivise it would be a double, and we didn't know what we're doing anyway. So they are actually technically obliged to do that. Some might be lagging because there's a big workload,
So as we carry on, so obviously there's lots of that happening, with building going on, and hopefully building increase, we get more tests. How much of that can influence, and eventually, I guess, mitigate cost of the liquefaction and doing testing, etc., when it's probably already been done in some areas,
So that's where we just put this last slide as destination, so that's, I've just copied that out of the Christchurch website. So Christchurch obviously in a unique position if they've done a whole bunch of testing, but essentially they're in a state now where they know what's going on. So testing is not really required anywhere because they know what the nature of the land is. So down there, we're not talking about, you still have the cost of if you want to go in the red zone, which you're probably not allowed, there's still additional cost around the foundation to make it fit for purpose for that zone. But you don't have to do testing, which is a big saving. So
eventually we will get there.
That's where we aim to get to, and really it's probably decisions around the table here as to how quickly, based on what level of risk and visibility we want. But like I say, I'm just trying to tidy up the work that's been done to date, but it's not the end. So I know we talk about talking to government and understanding more about the absolutes around the stuff, so we'll still do that.
Blair, and apologies if this has been asked before, but the insurance industry, what role are they going to play in terms of understanding this data and information? And if we say we sign something off but they're not comfortable with that in terms of people building in those sorts of positions, where does that sit?
Yeah, that's one of the risks, I guess, is that at the moment we're saying, well, we've done enough. What we've talked about before is no actual clear line where enough is, but at the moment we're sort of testing every site, so you have to say, well, that's as much as you can do. As you peer back from that, then there is a bit of a discussion around what's enough. Testing the land under this building, if it was for 8 houses or something, is that enough? Just doing one test, or do we need to do the 8, I guess? But yeah, the insurance risk is one where I guess they could turn around and say, that's TC3 land, we're not insuring it, or they could turn around and say, you haven't done enough, we're not insuring it. So that's another, it's absolutely a risk we need to bring in.
So can we just go back to those questions that you're seeking clarification on then, and the direction that you want today?
Not what next?
So really, what I was trying to get across today was just to make sure we're going to lift it up out of the data and into the what does this mean for the people out there in the community from a developer and end user perspective, and ourselves as council. So trying to get that clarity around the methodology, and just trying to highlight that it's clearer and easier and simpler. I guess some of those other questions you're raising go to further iterations, but my main thing was, is there anything that gives anyone an allergic reaction, I guess, around bringing us to a paper to say, let's adopt this next step, noting that it's not the end.
And supposedly the concerns that Jonathan brought through email will be raised in the next iteration, because he's got some fundamental concerns, but we can't really address them at this stage without his presence. So, but his voice will be captured in the next iteration.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's not. Jonathan's points are valid. We need to consider those, but it doesn't stop us from taking these steps, and it doesn't prohibit or undermine or put us at any risk, I don't think, if we do go down that path, because really those maps are just improved guidance for those out there in the community to say this is a starting point. We don't know it for absolute terms because it is pretty blanket, like a lot of stuff. So there's still testing required, which will give more insight. And yeah, I mean, hey, Jonathan, I love the way that he talks around probability, and there may be better maps out there, and I need to investigate if we can consider those options, because if we were to adapt or adopt GeoNet's maps and consider the probability and take a position, that's what I've been talking about from day one, pretty much.
So just listening to that, so that is an option, is that we endorse this, that this will come to a council meeting with the proposed change, but it doesn't preclude us actually from an even more fundamental shift back to a risk appetite that uses different maps, because I'm in a similar space to Jonathan, where he says, why can't we just use the GNS science map, like that? We had a map, then we got new maps. The new maps just put a whole lot of question marks, and so that's the question, right? Is whether it's open to us to do that further work, to have a greater appetite for risk potentially, or it's down a government advocacy route where we're saying actually your system that you've put in place is just not workable. It's adding a whole lot of bureaucracy and red tape and cost. Actually, this is the settings we need to go to that balances that the needs and the risk. Because I think we have to proceed, because this makes sense to in terms of the current settings shift to this. But longer term, there's got to be a way to get rid of some of this. I won't call it nonsense, but yeah.
Yeah, look, and you're right, and there's a bit to wade through, I guess, and there's, like Bernie pointed out around insurance. I mean, would they accept the GeoNet maps? I mean, that's probably as good or better science, maybe, you could argue. So, I mean, why not? I mean, I don't know the answers to that stuff, but we can certainly raise them and say, hey, this is our position, this is our view of probability. Does that fit? Can we run with that? So, I think all that stuff seems still on the table, and we'll still go down that path, because, ideally, just my personal view, but ideally we go back to some point where you're not putting a whole bunch of money into the ground for no potentially great reason, if you're talking probability and risk and stuff for our region.
Yeah, and there's no surprises. Absolutely support what Sam said, and in general what Jonathan's point was, and we've discussed that. So, but in the meantime, I really like the early approach. Moving that back to the development stages is where that needs to happen. So, yeah, really good to see that and support that.
Blair, do you want to talk to what, like there'll be some people that are against the approach of bringing the conversation early on in the process. Do you want to talk to that?
I guess the risk in that space is that you're potentially talking to developers. There'll be some developers out there who are already factoring this in when they look at the land, and so they won't be using that land. There'll be other developers that continue to progress into some of those spaces and will take on the cost. There was one, I spoke to someone the other day from the industry locally who had been to look at some land, wanted to buy a section at the beach in Water area somewhere, I think, and they asked the real estate agent what the liquefaction status of the land was, and they said, "Oh, you don't have to worry about that. Nothing to see here." And he's like, "Well, actually, I'm a builder from the space, and that's wrong." But potentially for that person as a buyer of a section, they were staring down the barrel of a $400,000 section, and could maybe you have to put, like I think Ross did an example of someone putting a couple $100,000 in the ground because of the nature of the ground. I guess again, my personal view is we try and get that visibility up front so people know what they're up for, because not everyone knows the detail that you even have around liquefaction. There's a whole bunch of people out there, that our stakeholders, that don't have this awareness. So the risk is that some of those developers, in not doing that, in doing that test early, provides greater clarity as to the quality of the land and the potential costs for people following that. So they may not like that, because that will obviously impact the value of the section. I mean, if you were going out to that section, you might say, well, okay, I see you're advertised for 400, but I know I've got to put 200 in the ground, so I'll give you 200, Still 400, but that's actually a value proposition for me if I was buying it. There's other developments where, I think I said last time, development in Kapiti on the corner, right in town. It's a multi-unit development, really high intensity, and they've driven piles from here to Christmas. And they've built these floating slabs and they've put a whole bunch of cost into it. But when the people go to buy those properties, they'll be buying them with all that cost included, because they're buying the finished component of the house. So, but at least those people buying that have absolute awareness of what they're into. By bringing forward some of the stuff, there'll be benefits for developers, because we can potentially reduce the quantum of the testing they have to do. So you might be able to do one test and build more houses rather than doing 10 tests. You might be able to do one test, build 10. So there will be some benefits, but for some there may be some costs, perceived costs. Does that make sense?
Thanks.
On time too, even caught up, Blair. Well done. Some days I don't. I don't have breakfast. That's why.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the second of our activity discussions for our long-term plan. So today continues us down that path of continuing to develop the consultation content and towards developing the consultation content and document. So a quick reminder, this runs on the same format as we did last week. The purpose is to provide you with an overview of each of the activities presented to you today, the different components of planning and budgeting that have gone into those. We seek your direction on any further refinement that is required prior to bringing the overall budgets back to you at the end of November, and to demonstrate how zero-based budgeting has been implemented. The question that we're asking is, are there any further changes that you would like to see made to the draft activity management plan and budgets? From that, whether you agree with the proposed approach to funding, and if you don't agree with the proposed funding approach, we seek your direction on areas to reduce the levels of service. So again, we are sitting firmly in that do section of the triangle that we want you to give us feedback, direction, ideas and guidance. Again, it is a large chunk of our long-term plan that you are considering, detail and the grunty stuff. And the grunty stuff that you are considering today, we start with solid waste. We then move into the property activity, regulatory services and land transport. And with that, I'll hand over to David and team to talk about solid waste.
Thanks very much, Caro. So welcome to our presentation. There's a few slides there, hopefully not too many. First up, just a quick overview. Appropriately, the first item there, closed landfill, was first off the blocks. And then, of course, we've got a big area to talk about there with curbside recycling. We do play a part in curbside rubbish collection, so that's also a focus today. And then we've got our maintenance of and our operations of our two transfer stations, Foxton and Shannon. Of course, we do send all our waste to Bonnie Glen, and then we have a significant part of our waste minimisation income is from MFE, and there's the associated education programs from that funding. Yeah, so we really want to highlight the direction we've heard from elected members in recent months. When we say under review, these are almost our headline topics that will be landing before Christmas to move into engagement next year. So you'll certainly hear more from the team as we step through these key topics today. But we will be looking for a steer around preferred options, knowing that there is a potential level, service or rating impact across a number of these areas. So I can say that it's certainly a shift from where we started in this process in terms of landfill closure and a top 10 priority focus around the WMP. It certainly feels like over the recent months, as we've developed a lot of certainty around those budgets and the impacts and opportunities, that we're very much back to basics. So we'll step you through that today. We're very confident with the numbers. There's a 720k impact across insurance, overhead, depreciation that we won't have a particular focus on today. What we're looking to do is step you through a lot of the assumptions of what we've included within the budget, so you've got real clarity on that. Also around some of the risks that expose us to further cost impacts from this financial year and as we move forward into subsequent financial years. We'll also touch on some of the budget opportunity that we could propose some savings, but also more in-depthly around where we're actually looking to generate some potential revenue and what some of those investigations might look like alongside the long-term plan process, be it in the bags or potentially looking at alternate use of the landfill site. So not necessarily sitting as part of the consultation process, but further reports and investigations that officers would do around how we could impact the financial situation that we find ourselves in the solid waste activity. And just looking at some of our assumptions that we've made, as Caro mentioned earlier on, we've been focused this time round looking at zero-based budgeting and what we can do there. And so it's been our focus to work in that parameter. There are some unders and overs, and we'll touch on those as we go through. We've followed council elected member direction when it came to delivery of things that were low cost but high impact when it comes to initiatives in the waste management minimisation area. In the curbside recycling, we've put aside some funding for essentially a catch-up for the growth of the curbside wheelie bin collection. I don't believe this has occurred before, so no doubt our contractor will be seeking some recompense for the extra wheelie bins that they have to service. And finally, there on that slide, there's an amount there for the operational costs for the leachate pumping in Area C2, which we're working on. So there'll be electrical supply costs and also our internal charging for the treatment of the leachate that we collect. And when we talk assumptions, these are things that have been built into the budget, and as we move forward, we'll have a conversation around what a level of service or a rating change in curbside collection could mean for what's currently built into the budget. Similarly, around the waste minimisation management plan that we have built into the budget, 600k over that first 3 years. So when we get to a point of talking consultation around that, it's certainly one area that we could look at additional or pulling back or phasing the investment. So the purpose of this slide is really just highlighting what's currently in the budget, and we'll step through some of the options as we move forward. Right, there are some risks that we've identified. Of course, there was that ever-present risk around how we mitigate the effects and remediate the effects to meet community expectations. We're not sure exactly if we're going to please everyone, but we are certainly doing our best to provide a solution that has the best community outcome. Escalation of costs regarding the recycling contract. That's a growth factor I alluded to before. We've just got to look at that and see ways we can rope it in as closely as possible. And there is a bit of talk that's come back to us from our contractor around possible escalation of some transfer station operations. But the good news in that area is that the risk won't be for too long. Even if it does occur, we have a new contract to look at around October 25, which is not too far away. Next slide around opportunities, you'll see that we've mentioned recycling, level of service and risk across both assumptions, risk and opportunities, because it very much does depend on where we land in that consultation process with our community and ultimately decision of council as to what financial impact that will have on the activity. So there's a fairly familiar theme there. The other prospect that we will talk to in a little bit more detail is around the growth of our curbside rubbish collection, that we currently collect around 60,000 bags per year, and the team have done some thinking around how we can start to generate more revenue, really around bag pricing and the cost for service. So there's some detail in the contract that we're working through to understand and maximise some capacity that in effect if a truck's driving down the road and it's got to pick up additional bags, there's not necessarily a direct cost impact for council. So there's a few ideas the team are looking at there. And then around the landfill is that post settling on our position for consultation in the long-term plan for solid waste, we will be turning some of our internal resource to start development of a business case that would look at those opportunities that were set out through the long-term plan amendment to look at potential revenue or alternate uses for the site, be it forestry, the use of as a nursery, or other waste related or clean filling activities. So we would look to bring that back through a subsequent council report in the new year. This one, we haven't used ChatGPT, but if we start to look at the sheer scale of investment and what it might feel like a surprise for our community, that there's an ongoing legacy around the landfill. One of the headlines could be around the community needing to bury more money in a closed landfill, so that we've effectively had the use of that facility and we haven't tucked away the funds to manage it in the long term. The next one might be around where we land with the recycling, that there could be a view if we only provide curbside recycling where the curbsides are, that the farmers might feel a little bit hard done by, that they're forced to go and drop their recycling at a dedicated transfer station. But there is certainly a key message around that at the moment, that they're not contributing to that service. So it is certainly on the table through our consultation to look at either targeted or harmonised rates for that increased level of service. The next few slides, we're really focused around providing clarity of our operational funding. And I might just ask David to jump in on slide 15 to explain a little bit around the variance between the budgets from long-term plan versus the reforecasts. So we went through quite an in-depth process post long-term plan amendment to reset all of the budgets for this year based on contracted CPI adjustments. So there was quite a significant increase across the waste collection service, transfer stations, and our recycling, both cost for collection and disposal. So that was what drove a significant change from the long-term plan amendment to the current year budget, and that's been reflected and carried across into the next financial year. Then the only other significant deviation of variance this year is around the consultancy costs associated with landfill closure. So I'll let David speak a little bit more to some of the variance in that space. Yeah, just come to the slide. Alright, so as Daniel mentioned there's been quite a considerable correction built into the 23-24 budgets because of the quite significant increase, the cost fluctuation adjustments from our contractors. So everything has gone up potentially. It's no real surprise. And of course we got in there as well the 110k that we have factored in there because of the growth factor from the start of the contract with our recycling at curbside. So that's in there too. And year 24-25, there's quite a bit of work to do in that area. We've got in the waste minimisation initiatives 100k put aside in year one, so that's in there. We've got the ongoing maintenance for the Levin closed landfill. And we've got the loss of revenue properly factored in for if we don't meet MFE's targets by a certain date for waste diversion. Their rule is if you don't meet our targets, then we're not going to fund you. So that's 280k. So that's what they've said to us. They've got by the year 2026, 30% diversion. By 2028, it's a 40% diversion at curbside, and by 2030, diversion of 50%. So, but you never know. With the change of government, focus changes. So maybe those things will be taken away. It's hard to say. Going forward, 25-26, we've got increased collection costs because of new developments coming on board. We've got Tara Ika, that's quite significant. That'll be rolling out very soon with new developments, and of course the associated ones in the Levin area that are coming on board besides that one. We've got 200k for a pilot waste minimisation activity that we've factored in there. That's up for discussion, I guess. If we find things too difficult, we can always we can pull back on those things if we have to. And we've had the ongoing costs from different professional groups that has taken its toll as well. 26, 27, it's not such a huge difference there. That'll be just the CPA, cost fluctuation adjustment that comes. We do expect also with a new contract to receive more revenue if we go out to contract and get another contract in place, which we fully intend to do. We have all the revenue that you'd normally get from the transfer station coming back to council to keep costs down in the waste disposal area. So that could be easily 300k that could come back to us because of us getting that revenue. Oh, right, this is the funding model. There's a few spikes in there. They need to be smoothed out, but therefore reconsenting of an old landfill, like when I say old, the new landfill, after so many odd years you've got to reconsent. So I think that those spikes could be smoothed down with a bit more activity in that spot. Effectively, this graph is telling us what the expected costs based over that 20-year period through the work that Stantec have done for aftercare. But those will obviously go up and down, and in time they'll be reviewed on a regular basis. But it's effectively trying to tell us that it's a fairly consistent value that's required there, and that the brown or red line above is demonstrating the current value that's built into the LTP model to fund that. So Jacinta could probably explain that in a little bit more detail, but we're fairly confident that this side of Christmas we can refine that number and settle on a expected rate impact that we can communicate out to the community at this stage based on a 20-year cost recovery. So looking at pricing out that 20-year aftercare costs and looking at funding that through a 20-year rate for recovery over a 20-year period.
Just clarifying that one. So at the moment, what we've built in there is the debt that sits at just over 4.5 roughly, I think. That's currently in the model to be repaid over a 20-year period, which is what we heard from the table initially. So I believe that's $21 per ratepayer per year on a 20-year basis. This bit here, just to clarify, you've heard us talk about it before, as we've talked about the 18.6 or so million that relates to the provision. So this is that is effectively what Stantec do on an annual basis to estimate what that 30-year cost is of remediation for the landfill. So there's a few different ways that you can fund that, either as we expect expenditure to occur, or over a smooth basis over 30 years. So when David mentioned before, we would look to smooth that. That's probably from a funding perspective rather than a spending perspective.
So that's our number one. If we look back to what's in development or under review, our first topic for consultation is directly related to the landfill. We're going to properly move on from landfill this evening and start to look at our capital works program and the landfill recycling, the recycling services, and a little bit of work around bags. So if there's any particular topic or direction around landfill that we wanted to capture, that might be quite helpful to pause here and just take any questions. Further direction.
Daniel, I still have a question about how this will be distributed over the district, like in terms of because I'm really clear that the solid waste rates or revenue stream needs to be separated out, so you have one charge for landfill and landfill remediation, and then your solid waste, and then like education and stations and stuff, and then another if you're actually receiving a service. And so, as long as that's like, because reading in here on page 28, and hopefully I'm reading this right, like, yeah, I'm hoping that that's not the steer, that we're still just wanting to have one solid waste rate that's going to have the
80-20.
yeah, like, because if you're receiving a service, particularly like the bags and the recycling, you should just be paying 100% of the cost of it. Like if you're receiving it, like, so that I don't, yeah, so that hopefully that cross subsidisation isn't. Yeah, so can you just talk me through that, like the how? So this is definitely live-in landfill. The intention is to have a targeted rate across all, or uniform charge across all properties over 20 years.
Yeah, so that's the guidance that we've had from the table, is that we introduce a targeted landfill rate that would be it's either in the UAGC or it's a targeted rate that is applied consistently across every unit of demand in our district. And as we kind of get through the course of the next few conversations, you'll be able to give us further guidance around what that then might mean for the recycling rate or rubbish rate, or rubbish and recycling rate.
Yeah, I was looking at the same thing, because as it stands, it says the current rate and proposed to be rate will be fixed, and it's at a differential of 80% urban, 20 rural. I mean, that's so different.
May I just mention, it might be the wording might be a little bit funny in the slide, but anything that's been modelled is absolutely that the solid waste rate at this stage, it would the loan would be repaid over 20 years based on everybody in the district paying the same. That would be ring-fenced into a separate rate together with the cost of the provision. That could either be paid over 20 years or 30 years. 30 years is the period which the costs occur, so that might be more appropriate to share that over 30 years, but as well that can be a conversation of the table. David and I have had lots of conversations about the second rates and a new rate for rubbish and recycling, and whether that is a separate one between rubbish collection and a separate one for recycling, or whether rubbish and recycling can be joined together.
Yes, so just point of clarification there that we currently spend what is the aftercare cost that was indicated last year. We're spending that this year, and it's rated for separately. So in some ways, it's not a direct additional rate impact to fully fund this because we already are funding it through rates. But in terms of the numbers, I think the slides that we should be referencing are actually slide 23, which is the one up on screen here. So the numbers that Jacinda was referencing was around the 237k loan repayment per year over a 20-year period would equate to the annual charge of around about $12.16. So there's full intention to ring fence the costs associated with the landfill, both current operational and aftercare, which are in some ways one and the same, along with some of the additional capital works that are planned there in the shorter term and accounted for within that aftercare assumption.
Can I just ask one last question on that? Because isn't one of the issues with that charge is that that's not $12 for the next 30 years, because it's going to keep increasing because things will be they won't be revalued, but the depreciation cost or the aftercare cost will keep changing, won't they? Or is that a fixed? Is the intention for it to be a consistent amount over the 20 years?
That $12 is just for the repayment of the loan that exists already. So there's one bit which is let's repay the loan that we already have, because we haven't been funding any depreciation or any assets related to the landfill. So we've got a loan when we close the landfill. That will be repaid by everyone paying $12.16. And then in addition to that ongoing provision which equates to roughly 18.6 million over 30 years, also needs to be funded. And at this stage, that blue bar profile shows you what the cost profile of funding that provision, in addition to that debt repayment of $12 looks like, and how that could potentially be smoothed over a period of time.
And at the moment, Jacinta, do you just want to clarify the $12.50 a year? That is, that's already assumed in the budgets. The additional 18 million that we need to fund for aftercare, is that sitting within our rating model or our debt model?
At the moment, we are going to, what's assumed in the model is by each ratepayer, rating each ratepayer $12.16 each per year over 20 years. We receive that money in rates and we use that to repay the debt over a 20-year period. By the end of that 20 years, that means that 4-point-something million in debt that we have currently will be fully repaid. In addition to that, those blue bars that you saw in that graph there, the model currently assumes that will be repaid by rates. So any cost, sorry, I shouldn't say repaid, that will be paid by rates. So as the full cost of the 18.6 million, which we're yet to incur, but we have an estimate of happens, currently in the model, rates is estimated to pay for that. At the moment, the rates line is effectively, that's built into the model, is that orange line sitting there. So it is a little bit high at the moment. That was based on an assumption of what the cost would be. Stantec's estimate over an annual basis is slightly lower than that, so we would look to reduce that most likely. Does that help? Are there any more questions there?
Jacinta, in terms of growth, and if we're adding new dwellings over those 20 years, is the 1216 going to remain the same the whole way through, or does it reduce? So if we add more?
It's a very good question. It's a little bit of a broad brush assumption. You're right. It should be, over time, that would reduce per person as the size of the population grows to show that over.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So probably the direction that we need from the table is just to confirm that people are comfortable with the 20 years payback, and that they're comfortable with the model. And if you go back to that slide, Daniel, which is the slide we've put up a few times in the last couple of weeks, that one, probably I just want to really emphasise, because this might be considered misleading, is see how you've got the 4.7 million and then you've got the 18.2. That $12.16 does not pay back the 18.2. It pays back the 4.7.
I will say again that the 20 years is too long. The people 20 years for now shouldn't be paying for the mistakes that were made in the past. I'm more inclined towards 10, 15 would be more agreeable. 20 is not agreeable to me. But
Consultation topics, perhaps. Options. No.
would love to see the public asked.
Any further guidance on the 10 years versus 20 years?
Well, in my mind, I'm just focused on there being, I don't really care how we get there, but I'm just envisaging one uniform charge across every single rating unit, so across the 19,406 rating units, that covers the loan repayment and the landfill provision estimate. And it's just a fixed fee every year for the next.
It should be 30 years.
Well, I get some of Rogan's point. I mean, let's go if it's both, because the argument is right that the revenue from the landfill while it was operating should have been funding this, and so it's not. But I don't think that means that people that come in the future shouldn't have to contribute to that, because this council's made a decision to close early and not to collect the $50 million worth of revenue that landfill could generate. So there's an opportunity cost that those future residents also need to cover. I know you disagree, but yeah.
Just to clarify, that is what's included in there at the moment. The only thing that's just to clarify is that loan, the 4.7, is to be recovered currently in the model over 20 years by the 19,000 ratepayers. The cost of the remediation, which is the 18.2, is currently planned to be recovered over 30 years, which is the period that the remediation is going to take. That could be fully repaid over 20 years in advance of when we're going to spend it, but that would cause quite an impact to shorten that down to 20 years, but it could be done.
Well, just to clarify, we're required to remediate the aftercare costs are for 30 years. That can't be reduced, can it? That's how long we have to legally maintain the aftercare for that thing. So current ratepayers are going to continue to pay 30 years of that 18.2 million anyway. And so I don't see why we should be reducing it. My view is we should be extending it to 30 years.
Just to clarify, it is two different things.
Yeah, I know, I
It's
realise
the
that,
current
yeah.
debt sitting against the landfill, and then the future costs associated with remediating and restoring the landfill.
So, my earlier question, and if I'm following Sam's point, everyone paying the same. Why then of the 18.2 is urban and rural are not paying the same, and you're still doing the 80-20 split or differential? Because help me then justify to the urban why it's different.
My understanding if that says that somewhere in there, it's a typo in terms of where it might say 80-20 somewhere in the slides, but the intention is that that's meant to be everybody paying, because that's what we heard from the table.
I'm sort of in the middle. I'm a little bit with Rogan in terms I think the period's too long, but I'm also quite aware that any shorter term will put extreme pressures on our community, and it's not going to help us with our rate problem. But I think when we communicate this stuff, we don't entirely get it right, because there's quite mixed messages I'm hearing coming from the table. So I'm very clear in my mind that the fixed rate to pay the debt off is one matter, and then the fixed rate to cover the 30 years of obligations that this council have to a landfill are completely different, and they need to be communicated exactly as that. And I don't think it's about recovering cost, it's pay as we go. Because I feel like when you say it the other way, it feels like we're debt funding something to the max of 18 mil. And I don't think that's what we're suggesting here at all. I think what we're suggesting is that there's a consistent flat rate across our entire district, rural and urban, that everyone contributes to the 30-year aftercare, because this community made a decision to shut a landfill. So that for me is the point of clarity. But as I said, I am sitting in Rogan's camp in terms of I think sometimes we take too long. But as I said, if we're dressing up the debt, and the debt's going to be recovered over this period of time, and this is the cost to you, then I can live with that. But the ongoing cost of maintaining the landfill can never be dressed up as a debt or anything else. It's a pay as you go, and everyone contributes.
Sorry, I should just clarify. The reason that 80-20 is sitting in there is that because from a solid waste rate perspective, that is the current funding split. So everything related to solid waste currently is an 80-20 split, where you take the total cost of the solid waste activity, 20% of that goes to the rural sector, 80% goes to the urban sector, and then it's divided by the properties there. So that's the reason you see the 80-20 there. But the full understanding is to change that to two and potentially three separate rates, and particularly in the solid waste case, to have everybody paying the same.
And I just wanted to pick up on Mayor Bernie's comment too about as time goes on, costs will reduce. Well, I imagine the cost of maintaining that property at a period of time will also reduce. So that cost, there needs to be a process in here where we can review and amend accordingly for our ratepayers. Because I don't agree that the rate has to stay consistently the same all the way through if we're doing a good job, and the cost to maintain are not as high as what we're intending. So where does that happen? Where's the opportunity to reflect that change? And because I've actually got quite a few notes here that I was going to raise, but I think I'll do them in an email, because a lot of it for me is around language, communications, and I'm working off 2 different presentations right now that don't quite marry, but I'll put that in an email later.
Yeah, I think probably didn't reinforce the message early enough at the start that very much this is in development and there is full control over where we land, that when we almost need to ignore what's happened in the past with the 80-20 split. We need to ignore the cross-subsidisation, because we're saying from this long-term plan forward, and actually from this financial year, we've reset and we haven't cross-subsidised, so the numbers you're seeing in the budgets will reflect the true cost for delivery of that activity. So when we start to look at landfill costs, there's not revenue pouring over into recycling, but yeah, on the base of the landfill, very clear that it's not a 80-20 split, and we weren't proposing any variance there. I'm really hearing a message around the table that what's currently in the model is probably pretty close, and that acknowledging every 3 years when we go through a long-term plan, we'll review that charge and how it's how that's tracking in terms of landfill aftercare. And I think over the next 3 years we'll find out a lot more as we start to engage with our iwi partners around that remediation process. And move forward. I think in the next 12 months we'll see a lot more clarity around the expectations from the community that also may need to feed back into subsequent long-term plans. But that would be the appropriate time to relook and track and manage those aftercare costs. So at this point, I'm hearing we should run with what's currently in the model around the live-in landfill, unless there's some further direction.
I just wanted to explain for the people that questioned it a little bit further on why the 2 things are separate and why one of them should be paid back sooner and not impact the future generation. So I've done a little analogy for you. I bought a cow. I got a loan. It was $100. I owned the cow for 10 years. Every year I milked the cow. I sold the milk. I got heaps of money from that milk. I bought shoes with it. And the cow died, and I've still got that debt of $100, and I never bothered to pay it back. Bigger even, I got interest on it. And then I had some kids, and they've never met this cow. The cow's long dead. But I want to tax them their pocket money to pay off the debt for the cow, despite the fact that I've got a bunch of really nice shoes, and they've never met this cow. This is separate from the issue of like the paddock the cow was in that I want to turn into a garden. They want a garden. They're keen for that. They're happy to pay for that. They don't care about the cow that's dead. They don't want to fund my shoes that I bought.
You can carry on now. That's my fun.
Just selling shoes, you're right.
Just one comment, if I may. When someone passes away, the estate still has to pay the debt.
Yeah, certainly acknowledge that, but yeah, in terms of aftercare costs, it is a similar issue that we don't get to benefit from the landfill and that airspace. It's a decision that we've made when placing a landfill in an area that we know that there's long-term aftercare costs. So yeah, I think I've heard enough from the table today for us to go and refine those options. But probably an important message around it is around the way that we communicate that, being really clear that what's being covered in that rate, and providing real clarity around that with a separation between debt and legacy costs to manage a closed site.
I think it'll.
and possibly to further to what Daniel explained a little bit earlier too, around the fact that there are opportunities, possible opportunities that we need to explore in the future around capturing some revenue that may impact on that debt, based on a number of initiatives that we need to investigate. And once we fall on the ground with that investigation, whether it's this long-term plan or the next long-term plan amendment, that will have some impact on that debt as well.
So basically that slide which had the $12 on it, that one there. So if we collect, refund, repay the debt over 20 years, and the landfill aftercare for 30 years, it's about $43 a year, in theory, as a charge. With Rogan's approach of 10 years for the debt, 30 years for the aftercare, it's $52 a year. And if you went for a 20-year across the whole amount, that's $59 a year. So, yeah, I just think it's useful to put it in those kind of that, because that 18 million, that over 30 years or 20 years, yeah, it's what makes the difference, really.
I like the 18 mil over 30 years. I have no issues with that.
So you're sitting at the $52 a year?
Yeah, my issue is with the debt, not with the restoration. All four making things right. That has a benefit for the future. The debt doesn't.
Yeah, Bernie, is it something where you can give us a bit more of a steer around direction? Try and sort of get that around the table today.
I think the suggestion that Rogan's come up with is that, there's a 10-year payback of the debt, but the 30-year aftercare costs will remain as 30-year. And I just wonder, is there any so it's either a question of 10 or 20 years probably for that repayment of that debt. And it would be interesting if we could have a quick show of hands who says 10 and who says 20.
Yeah, I'm in the team.
10.
10 of us.
10 of those.
10. I mean, I have any compromise on 15. So
No.
we can have 10.
Directions there.
Pay the cow off.
Yeah, great.
Sorry.
That was deep cow.
Yeah, that's obviously not moving in the direction from 21 to 18, but obviously we can factor that into the model update. But when we come back with that full picture around where things are tracking,
There may be.
this will certainly have a small impact. Okay, so we're it's James. That's right. So we're looking at the key capital projects. So we know about the costs for the new landfill to close. That's 600k. That work will hopefully start the final phase probably within a week or two. That's good news. And we've got Area C2 treatment. So we've got a presentation that we'll advertise for the 21st of November about where we're heading in that spot. And then, of course, we've got year one, further costs to implement the different treatments. And, of course, there's all that talk about building a wetland as well. So there's funds attached to that. And we've got, going forward, we've got mobile recycling stations to build. So it's 300k attached to that in year two. All right, so looking at our curbside recycling, as we know, there's 19,370 people that are rated in the community, so it's not a huge rating base. And there's some 5,300 of those who are in the rural zoned area, and of course some 14,000 in the urban. So for that service, it's costing at the moment $2.38 million to have that curbside recycling service. That's every cost that there is on the books. So those 14,000 urban ratepayers, they're footing the bill for that at, we estimate, $169 per SUIP. But the rural recycling, there is some 2,000 odd people in the rural area that have service. Now this is a legacy issue, but they're not paying towards that service, or not paying very much towards that service. And if we were to roll out rural recycling to everybody in the rural area, we've got to do some more number crunching in that space, but it'll be upwards of another $500,000 per year to have rural recycling to everyone in the rural zoned area. Then of course on top of that you've got your extra wheelie bins to purchase and look after. That's another at least $245,000 to service. So this slide looks a wee bit incomplete because it is, in terms of the fact we've talked about needing to go and crunch some more numbers. The complexity with that is that we have a contract for a service that not everyone pays for, and we know that to go back and relook at a full rollout of that service, it will require a conversation with our delivery agent or looking at alternate delivery mechanisms. So we've done some high-level costings on what that service might entail. Alongside that, we've also been investigating options with our team around GIS charging to individual rating units that have the current service. But where we have landed, and certainly some of the direction we heard last time from elected members, was that we should have a conversation with our community around who receives the service, curbside or full delivery, and before we go to consultation, we'll have the numbers on what that would cost, and that might dictate some of the direction. We will intend to come back with some of the detail around a lot of what the other similar councils do in this space, that they don't do a full curbside service to areas in rural districts. It's very much tailored to the urban area. And we also have been working off the basis of a principle around harmonisation, that if we do go out to the rural sector, when we last met, we talked about a zoning where we could potentially step it up to say $170 if you live in the urban area, and then it's another $50 if you live within 3 kilometres, and then another 70 thereafter. But it gets very difficult to manage when a particular resident on the street might be getting charged a differential rate to his neighbour for the same service. So we did, certainly still doing some live thinking around that, and you'll see that when we come back with options. But at this point, as of today, we're almost got a couple of front runners along the lines of removal of service and curbside only, and it would be urban residents would be rated accordingly, or full service at quite significant cost, which would be harmonised across the district. So you'd expect that what's currently built into our model for rates increase wouldn't cover that second option around full delivery district-wide, because what we've effectively said is up from our assumptions, we've built $100,000 in to wash up to manage what we're currently doing, but we know that it's not sustainable in terms of a service that's not being fully rates funded. If that's clear.
Daniel, I just want to test this, because we've got a supplier that's already contracted at the moment to provide an urban service, but they're also providing a service that they're charging for us on some rural streets, right? They're not doing it out of the love, out of the goodness of their heart. They're actually getting paid for that. It's just, and so at the moment What we're saying is that urban is subsidising certain rural streets to receive that service. So what I'm really interested in is not either of those extremes, which is urban only or district wide. I just simply want to understand, what does it look like to keep servicing the rural streets that we're already servicing, that was already part of the contract? Or are we saying that because it's only 5 houses on a street with 20 properties, the current service contract doesn't work? Is that what we're saying? Or is it that the trucks are actually already contracted to go down just a limited number of rural streets?
Yeah, I certainly can't come back with too much detail in a public forum around details of contract, but there's certain layers of complexity in that it's a contract for transfer station, recycling and bag collection. So there's some interwoven elements associated with the contract, but it would likely be that at a point in time, if that rural service keeps growing, that we would likely see cost increases in the contract, and that would be within.
Yeah, so I'm not talking about growing the rural service. I'm talking about, as at today, there are rural streets that are serviced, and so it's just simply that some of those properties are being cross-subsidised by urban. So, but what I'm trying to understand is that for example, when the recycling trucks drives down Moanoa East Road, is it that the current situation is that there's like 10 addresses on that road that get recycling services, but there's 20 that don't, just because of how it's worked? Or is it that actually that service is available to everyone on that street, but it's just not, that we're just not rating and we're not collecting revenue from the people that have access to that service who are actually using it?
It might be good to understand probably how we came about with this imbalance, I guess, and because we're not mandated by the Ministry of Environment to do rural. So when we set up recycling, it was offered to those in rural who already had a private bin. So those with private bins got the service, and because the trucks were already going that way, so it was built from that perspective. So it's not as clean cut as what you're trying to understand, because it was built out of an existing database of people that had bins rurally. So it is very, very messy, and to a degree quite unfair, not only from a payment perspective, but to who's receiving the service, because we don't offer it wider than that.
Can I just add how it started? There was a bylaw before we did our council curbside recycling that said every waste collector of rubbish had to also provide recycling as well. So that ended up, that council, when they rolled out this new level of service, said, okay, everyone that's getting a recycling service, even in the country, if you've had one before, we'll give you one now. Unfortunately, that meant that some people on the road at the beginning of the road were getting the service of recycling, so they got a recycling bin. Also, people at the end of the road who were getting a rubbish collection got a new council service as well. But the ones in the middle may have all completely missed out, or there might have been like hickledy-pickledy all the way along. Some were getting it, some weren't getting it. There's no clear line of who stops, where it stops and where it starts. It's all over the place. So it's a real difficult one. And the rough numbers on that are approximately 2,000 rural residents receive the service out of 5,000. And so even if we were to say, well, let's fill in the gaps in between one at the end of the street and one in the middle and offer it to everyone on that street, it's likely we would see at least a 100% uptake increase in that service over a certain time period, which would really trigger a contractual impact. And so at the point of time, it's 4,000 residents, then it might as well be 5,000, and it's around the harmonisation where effectively it flips the other way, that the urban will continue to subsidise that rural service.
No, thanks for that. That's really super clear why it's a black and white situation, no grey. Yeah.
So Dan, just on that, is it fair to say then that the ones that are getting the service right now, while they're rural, they're pretty close to urban rural, if you get what I mean? But no, not always? Right, okay.
Spectrum's from close urban. Spectrum of close urban to far rural.
Unfortunately, there was no side supplied to it. When it was,
But and currently they're not paying the recycling rate. They're not paying it.
We pay a reduced rate. I live 10 minutes out of town, I get it. Charge you more.
So, Daniel, just so we can move this discussion along, because we could talk about this for ages. What are you going to come back to us with some options in terms of what you think we might do in this space?
We will come back with the numbers.
Okay.
And the options at this point are remove and reduce level of service, which in effect should save funds across that activity, albeit a small amount, but it limits that exposure of a price increase, and that could be reinvested into waste minimisation initiatives. Being probably a small saving that we've only allowed for about 110k. The other option would be to roll out a full rural service. We've got some challenges with trying to crunch the numbers on that, given that at a certain point in time it would need to be a contract renegotiation as such. But in effect, that would see an increase to the rates because that we haven't factored in that. Although it gets spread over, a number of further ratepayers, it would still have a cost increase is what we're forecasting, because we believe it would cost more to service those rural residents than the rates that would be collected. But we'll come back with some accurate numbers around that. Just adding that the rural people, okay, they wouldn't get necessarily a curbside collection, but they've still got access to the village recycling shipping containers that are out in many villages. And of course, there's the transfer stations that are in every major town, so they're not actually missing out. I think Councillor Olsen was here. He mentioned last time that there's a number of recycling centres on the way into council, and happily utilises those services. But it is certainly a change from the current arrangement, and it will be a surprise to some residents that receive a service and don't know that currently not paying for that. There'll be an option, but we'll be clearly articulating what the costs of those are to the decision-making process.
So probably the question for elected members is, in addition to those two options, is there any other option you want us to model? And across those options, whether that be the two options or a third option, as officers, we are making the assumption, but we just want to test this, that those who receive the service should be paying for the service, and that you're not wanting the urban ratepayer to subsidise the rural ratepayer in receiving that service. Is that a fair assumption to make as officers?
Yeah. Yes. User pays. Give us some zones.
Is there a third option?
Could the third option be you work out what the real cost or true cost of providing the service to the rural is, and rate that by sewer, and then also obviously the urban, and the true cost for urban, or whatever you call it, and with an option that so sort of you consult on an in or out option for a rural person. So the rural community can say yes, we want it, so they pay, or they say no, we don't, and it stops.
are you meaning from an individual perspective or a community perspective?
We have to make a decision based on.
Yeah, I suppose just probably
We would have had to consult on those options anyway.
Yeah, but certainly just looking at consistency across other activities. I know it does feel like a user pay, but when we start to form that option up, come back with advice that would be around how we generally manage that urban-rural harmonisation and such, and whether we're setting a precedence or deviating from our normal stance. But we can look at that.
Daniel, would would changing or reducing the frequency of recycling in the rural zone, does that materially change the forecast cost? Could we? I'm not saying model it, but could we? Is there sort of like a back of the envelope sort of calculation, like, because I'm assuming it's not just a 50% reduction in cost if you went to monthly instead of fortnightly, but yeah, presumably there would be a lower cost as if you're in the rural zone you went to a different frequency.
Yeah, that's on the surface. That's an option. You just have to give them bigger bins, of course. If you move from a 240 up to a larger bin, which that's a separate discussion with the provider if they want to go down that road. It's not normally done to move to a supersized bin for recycling, but they'd have to have that storage capacity to go to from a fortnightly to a monthly or something.
The user pays thing seems pretty legit as far as I'm concerned. If you're going to do that though in the rural sector, I think you should make it opt in, opt out. Give people the option. You know, if you want the service, this is how much it is. Do you want to pay for it on an individual basis?
There is just no practical way via our rating database that we could do that unless it wasn't a rated service and it was a fee and charge service. But then we run the risk of setting a fee at the start of the year, half the ratepayers opting out, us having to increase the fee. Do you think about your like wheelie bin service provider who you call, they invoice you, you pay, they then send you a notice a few months later to tell you your prices are going up?
That's pretty much what they do.
Yeah, I know.
The business.
But what I'm saying is that the ability for council to do that for a recycling service.
Yeah. Well, what I just don't do rural recycling. Save some money, cut a cost there, and people can drive their rubbish into a collection centre. I mean, anyone who lives in the country drives in and out of town anyway. Just want to, yeah.
So that's one of the options that we're going to model.
Good.
Alongside the other option is we keep doing it, but they pay for it.
We don't need to settle on a preferred consultation option today, but at a point in time we'll need to come to that point ahead of consultation. But yet, further complexity is not just the charging with that option, it's actually the fact that we wouldn't have certainty around the cost for service as well, that if we're contracting a number of pickups, it would come down to which streets, how many, so there's another layer of complexity that we've identified through that process. Just jumping back to our slide deck, the next slide, which is slide 21, talks about but wait, there's more. The challenge that we've actually been debt funding the current recycling service, which, depending on decision of how that would continue to be rolled out and rated. But currently that's modelled to be debt funded out to 28-29. So if you refer to some of the slides there, if we were to rate fund 1.3 million in 24-25, it would have a 2.5% rates impact. But if we were to pay down earlier in 24-25 the value of 3.8 million, that would have a 7.4% impact. So effectively, that legacy decision to debt fund our cost for recycling, that's cross-subsidised by landfill revenue at the time, is something that if we are wanting to do a correction in the coming financial year, it will have a significant impact on rates. So it's a historic decision being made to buffer that impact, but we just really wanted to point out and make sure there was an awareness from elected members of what sits currently within the model and if there was an appetite for any change. That's slide 21.
And is there other models around the country that we can look at? I presume you are, so you say yes, but in terms of what other councils are doing with their recycling. Are all councils doing full recycling? Are some doing part? Are some not recycling at all? Can you give us some
The models vary a little bit, but generally speaking, it's an urban initiative. I know that South Taranaki, they do a rural collection, but that would be only on the connecting routes. They wouldn't be going down every side road to the back far blocks, just the connecting roads. But then you've got to think about sometimes the roads don't really allow a big truck to stop. They're just not wide enough to get off the road. It's a real danger because the roads aren't really designed for a 11 or 12 metre truck just to park just on the edge of the road. So some for health and safety reasons, we probably wouldn't even allow people to have that service, even though they probably would be paying for it technically. So it's hard to, how do you pull them out from paying for service that they can't get because their road's not up to standard. So we've got to improve the road so they can have a curbside rubbish recycling collection. It gets really messy, particularly on these narrow country roads that we have here. But yeah, and MFE have some logic in that spot. They're just requiring us to do it really in the urban areas where you've got density. So you've got a lot of people that will get the service rather than half a dozen. You've got literally hundreds or thousands in a tight area. So it does make more sense.
Thank you.
We've got a number of further slides with financial data, but in some ways we've covered a significant piece of ground in terms of our initial slide with LTP options. So we've got fairly firm direction on the live-in landfill and debt options to be modelled. We've covered off the curbside recycling options, and the only two other areas of focus this evening was around the appetite to consider some further work around bag sales, and we're going to present some of the thinking we're doing on that. And then really when we wrap up this evening was to just come back to the previous direction around investment and waste minimisation, that within the current LTP it's modelled 100k in year 1, 200k in year 2 and 300 in year 3, and that there was still a level of comfort to continue to invest in those investigation costs and issues associated with waste minimisation. So we've made a fair bit of ground. I might just skip forward to the because we've covered this provision costs off, and we'll certainly come back with more detail when we model those options. But I have an issue here with slides, public-private skits. We might just get the team to talk a little bit around bag sales and some of the thinking we've been doing here. So our bag sales are dipping a bit. They're a great tool, as I think one of the councillors mentioned, because they're a small size bag, and so they do encourage people to put more in their recycling bin. So any small receptacle works that way, whether it be a bag or a wheelie bin. The bags are already in the system, so we have the potential to encourage people to do more waste minimisation, and we can encourage them by putting our price down. So we've got two models on there. One model with $2.50 bags instead of our $4 charge, and one at the $3 bag price. So we're looking at a growth, if we put it down to $2.50, of 20% growth every year. So in the first year, we make a bit of a loss, about 16k on the first one. But then we almost bounce back to where we started from before we did the change. And then it's just ramping up. It quickly ramps up. And we think that 25% growth is quite conservative because our pricing will be that much sharper. And so the good news is that if we do that change, we get more waste diversion, more recycling, and we get more revenue because of doing this change. We're capturing more of the market. So yeah, that's probably the main reasons behind that change. And so we just want to know what the councillors think about this.
I guess sorry, Rob. Whether we want to be in the waste disposal market or not, we find ourselves in it, and to a degree over time we've handed our waste disposal business to the private sector.
over time through our prices, we've become uncompetitive from a bag market perspective. So we're driving people towards bins. At the moment, we cost our bags at $4 a bag, which effectively you get 3 into a bin, which would cost $12. Where people are hiring them for $7 to $8 a week for a bin. So we've become uncompetitive in the market, and that's why our bag sales are dropping. So there's an opportunity for us to grow our business and grow our revenue and get back into the market, but also take control of the waste disposal business back in our district, rather than providing it to the private sector and allowing us to dictate the pricing that our community are paying for waste disposal. At the moment, that's out of our control, so it's very difficult for us to influence that as being a minor player in the market. So if we're going to be in the market, then we need to be competitive, and we need to do it from an opportunity to grow our business.
Just a question around the $4 price tag at the moment. Does that cover our true costs associated with providing that service?
No, it does not cover the true cost. We've actually lost market share, not because of not providing a good service, but because we've priced ourselves out of the market. If you look at other councils, like Palmerston North, just down up the road, $2.99 a bag.
Just, I suppose further clarification, we're not pitching a decision this evening, nor are we proposing to go out and have this as an option for consultation. What we've identified is that there's a proven benefit for waste minimisation by compressing the level of waste. So all of a sudden, utilising a small bag versus a big bin, there's a proven mechanism that works across the country that starts to drive people to not fill their bag because they know the true value of it, but they'll put more into the recycle bin. So there's an overarching narrative around that. What we have identified, and it's another one of these overlapping complexities with the contract, is that there is scope to get increased volume of bags picked up without a significant cost increase for the service. So effectively, if the truck's already driving down the street, there'll be very little impact in the early days around the cost for them to pick up additional bags. So we were proposing to come back, if there was an appetite, with a separate council paper pitching a change to that rate, and that could be done separate to the LTP process, but it would be effectively a council paper. But we just thought we'd offer that up this evening around some of the thinking the team are doing, rather than chopping costs, also looking at growing revenue, because we believe there's a real opportunity here, but obviously we need to go and crunch the numbers and come back with some certainty. And part of the message that I gave the team is, well, rather than talking about this, let's give elected members that opportunity to look at these options for revenue generation. And admittedly, the first year we would likely take a loss. If it's 50,000 bags and we drop it by $1, we know full well if we don't get out there and market this in the community and get these bags front and centre on the supermarket, that we likely won't end up selling anymore. But if we can get it at the right price point, we feel there's an opportunity, and we'll come back with a separate briefing on that.
I know you've already answered the question that it doesn't cover the true costs, but and your point around gaining more control of the waste stream, if you reduce the price, then more people will bags rather than bins. But the problem, the flow-on effect is now we're collecting more, and now we have to transport more to Bonnie Glen, and the tonnage, the weight goes up, and so therefore we pay more. So I don't understand where we're actually in a win-lose scenario. I don't want to be responsible for transporting more tonnage and then paying more. It doesn't work out to me.
Yeah, that's what I don't. That's why I'm also not computing. Is if we're already subsidising the cost of the bags, then increasing revenue means you've got more bags to deal with, and so doesn't the cost of dealing with that, the cross subsidisation, just increase? Like,
The message is that, and these are very high level optimistic. The message is the cost for collection isn't proportional with the number of bags, so there is a benefit in there. But yeah, like I say, we'll be coming back separately around this. We'll be coming back with options around potential revenue with the live-in landfill, and certainly, the key message out of today, if there's any other ideas around revenue generation that the team can go away and look at in parallel with LTP, we're open to that as well. But yeah, just probably leaving that there today, knowing we'll come back with some more detail on the numbers in time.
Just answering Councillor Perry on that area. The other waste contractors, they're under no obligation to minimise waste. So by this initiative, we would actually encourage people, because of pricing structure, to go and use a smaller receptacle. If this is not here, then they're discouraged from using a small receptacle. They'll use a large receptacle, so more waste will go to Bonnie Glen. Maybe not through us, but through the other waste contractors. So if we take a lead here, encourage more people to put it into their recycling bin, therefore less waste will go to landfill for the district-wide analogy. But if we don't do anything, more waste will go to landfill, but not through us. It will go through the other waste collectors. So we actually are reducing waste to landfill by doing this initiative.
So my only comments where I feel like the bags is a low-hanging fruit. I'd rather see we got better returns from our transfer stations. So I don't know what that looks like, because I did note in the report that we don't collect from our transfer stations that we own. And yeah, there was another point I was thinking too. I'll come back to it. I'll think about it.
and Councillor Allen's probably going to offer the alternative view, but I actually have zero appetite to be in that refuse bag market at all. Zero appetite to reduce the cost of the bags, and I've got appetite to increase the cost of the bags to reflect their true cost. We're applying user pays across everywhere else. Why take an inconsistent approach? And I understand the advice that there's a broader objective in terms of waste minimisation, but yeah, it seems odd.
Look, my only comment is I don't want to get into the detail of the debate. I'm just asking myself whether I've heard enough today to be very interested in the paper coming forward, and I absolutely am. There's some underpinning principles there around waste minimisation and so on that really, I think, pose some genuine opportunities. So I think I'm asking the table whether or not they're interested in this stage in the paper coming forward, or whether they want to kill it dead in the water in this stage, and I don't want to.
No.
So that's my view. Again, we might need to just expedite matters by getting a show of hands.
I'd be in support of the paper, but yeah, I would like to see the cost outcome of total removal of bags entirely. I'm kind of with Sam on this. If people don't have the easy option, then they choose to recycle. Waste is harder to deal with. Yeah, sure, they get a bin, but like a lot of people aren't going to do that. Yeah.
Can I just add that if we... Oh, just lost my train of thought.
Sorry.
I was just going to ask a question then, in terms of the waste minimisation strategy and hearings that we're going to do. I'd imagine the public will have some input or some suggestions in terms of how we manage public pickup of waste and the bags and stuff like that. I know we did last time. We got a few people telling us, things like that. So I just wondered, I know that's not going to influence some of the things that go into this LTP, but they may well influence an annual plan following that or something like that. I don't know. That's all.
Yeah, certainly this one, the intention would be to have brought it back in advance of LTP hearing, so that there would be some sort of position in parallel around that bag service and that would almost set some of the direction around the implementation and investigations of the WMP as we move into 24-25.
Okay.
Yeah. So it sounds like it would be helpful to get a paper to set a position once and for all to hold, grow, or remove that service. So yeah, that's the message I'm hearing.
Yep.
You've heard it well.
Right, so looking at our new statement of service provisions, so we've spent a bit of time rewriting these so they're easier to understand, and also they make more sense. So I think, not sure if Rob wants to take the lead in this or not.
From a proposed SSP perspective, there's a number of areas that we've been focusing on, and it's making them more accurate to the audience we're using, or who are using the service. So we've moved away from a more community-based approach rather than for those that are using the recycling service and the curbside collection, and so we're basing it more now on per 1,000 bins and per 800 bags rather than people, and then that way it helps us clarify or legitimises the complaints or the feedback that we're getting in relation to the SSPs. We're also wanting to focus more on reducing our impact on the environment, and again from a community wellbeing perspective, so looking at education as part of that SSP, and then embedding circular thinking into the waste management systems, meet the targets set by the waste minimisation plan. So rather than providing individual targets per annum, our targets are against our waste minimisation plan, so that would change year on year in respect to having a set target as per the LTP.
Well, I think we've almost done for this evening. The remaining slides were really just around generic updates to fees and charges. We've covered off our three primary areas, and the final loop back was around the position for investment in waste minimisation management, which was part of the previous briefing, and direction of council to invest 600k across the first 3 years of the long-term plan to investigate low impact, high impact, low cost initiatives in waste minimisation. So in light of the current discussion around the wider rating impact, we're really seeking direction of confirmation to continue with the current level of investment in waste minimisation. So it's possibly just a show of hands to say, do we still support the current level of funding proposed, knowing that there's going to be further work to come back to ensure that we're driving action, not another talk fest, and ensuring we start to invest in initiatives that'll aid waste minimisation. But it's very low level investment. It's not rolling out of new services. It'll be continuing with education, looking at opportunities for high impact initiatives. That it's certainly not rolling out another service. It's back to basics to fix the ones we're currently providing.
Can you just remind me that's not waste levy funded, that's still right?
The waste levy currently has 280k that comes into the activity, and you'll see that within the recycling, ring fence within that recycling, so it's offsetting part of the cost of recycling for all the education program that gets rolled out. So in theory, this would be funded by that initiative. We'll take silence as acceptance there, and push on with the current level of funding. That's the direction.
Dan, I just wonder if we, just given elected members, had the activity management plan ahead of tonight for pre-reading, just whether there was anything else that elected members wanted to raise with us around the solid waste activity, any questions or any direction that you want to give Daniel and David and Rob, just so that they can finish shaping the AMP.
Tree harvesting at the landfill. Want to tell us anything? They have to stay because of resource consent because they blocked the landfill. Was my thought. But they're also due for harvesting when? 5 years from now?
Assumption of income?
We haven't done. We're presently engaging the consultants to price what's there, and they will more than likely be milled within the next 6 to 7 years at the very outside.
But that revenue is assumed in our budgets.
Thank you. I'll be back later this evening.
Thanks, Dave.
So is it status quo? Okay.
Yeah, that has been raised.
So I came up and it was.
Can I ask for Monique, can I just ask a question, because we were just having a conversation here about the decision around whether to keep debt funding the recycling cost or not, that OPEX, that we didn't need to give direction around that today, like that's going to come back as an option in future, or?
Well, I think you kind of gave us that direction last week, that you would prefer that recycling was being fully funded by rates.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's how we read last week.
Hi all, thanks for having me back again. Picture now just of property activity. This is the obviously Waiterary Surf Life Saving Club. I didn't do it, it's far too artistic from my perspective. Just thought I really cleared out, so I think Brent's been having a go on that, but we'll move into it. Overview of activity, so those are the areas that we cover in property. Again, I'm not going to go too long on those because I think we're all quite familiar with those. Key things that have driven change in the budget. Obviously, we're still looking at the decisions that were made in the past around reducing property, so that's pushing us along. Increasing professional services component of this activity, and that's primarily down to the fact that I think I've said several times previously, we've got rid of most of the easy stuff, so we're now moving into some stuff that's a bit more difficult to move through. Fleet, we also will be looking for guidance whether we move to electric vehicles by 2037, and there is a cost to that as we go through this presentation. We'll see. So same assumptions as before, 95th percentile increasing demand for a range of properties. We talked about indoor court provision, where that eventually dropped, who knows, and not certainly not the first 3 years. Council will continue to evaluate and dispose of its property portfolio in line with existing resolutions, and obviously there's a bit of a conversation going around that at the moment. Council will support a gradual move to electric vehicle use by 2037, and some of that is driven by government obviously asking to be carbon neutral by 2025. So we have incorporated that in the various assessments. Operating overview of operating and funding. Campgrounds, relatively small figures here altogether. We're going to make income around about 23 to 30, somewhere around there. We only spend 5 or 6k, so it's a relatively small item. Commercial property, well, again, people will be familiar that we've got rid of most of our commercial property. The only one left we have is Focal Point. Obviously, looking at that, you think, why would we sell it? But again, there's more than one aspect to this. There's also the upcoming renewals, which again, we'll see as we move forwards. So we'll be looking at some idea on what we do with that ultimately. General property increased quite significantly, and that is primarily being driven by the property disposals budget. So as I've said previously, we're moving to, should we say, lower value, higher cost property to remove. So the figure is quite a bit higher there that we'll be using moving forwards. I must say, up to now, been relatively low encumbrance stuff we've managed to get rid of pretty quickly. Council building cost increase a little bit there, about 12%, and that is essentially in relation to 7% and electricity costs as well, more electricity use. Can't really see that particularly well, but this is the overview of expenditure and income in the property area. Property income, obviously, the figure there in blue.
I'll just jump in quickly here. The two spikes you've seen there are from the previous LTP, and they're actually being taken out of the magic in behind this. So I just wanted to, if we can just ignore the two spikes in 25, 26, 26, 27, those figures aren't in there.
CapEx, again, relatively low, but still, mainly around renewals. This is key capital projects. Property renewals program is the biggest driver. Fit for purpose, maintain buildings, fit for purpose estate. Those are the significant ones we've got. Live-in depot asphalting and hard surface renewals is due this year 2. Obviously now the decision's been made to keep that, then obviously we'll need to start looking at doing that. That's incorporated in the budget at the moment. Civic building roof treatments, 305k, and that's not so much repairs, but re-waterproofing the roof, and there's a few membranes on the bits and pieces we've got to sort of replace and renew. That again is in the budget for year 3. Interesting one, Focal Point air handler renewals. Now you saw earlier that although we're only paying 20,000 out in Focal Point, and we're pulling 100 odd in terms of commercial rent, you know, year 3 we see a significant increase in capital renewals. That needs to be met if we're going to continue managing that or having that property on the books moving forwards. Again, it's in the budget at this moment in time. Could probably have a better view at some point from the table about whether we continue to do that and whether we're actually ultimately going to retain it in the property portfolio. Again, probably the best way of doing that is bringing a report back to council at some point just to point out the various aspects of that. Foxton Coronation Hall, again, internal painting, quite a bit of work inside on that building, and that's year 3. It's coming along, but again, there's a discussion around seismic strengthening as well for the Coronation Hall as well at some point, which essentially at the moment is in the existing lease for the lessee to do, but there is some challenges around that. Living depot, again, internal painting, internal work on the depot. Now that we're in a position where we're looking at retaining that depot, then obviously we need to start thinking about managing it and making sure that we keep it in a reasonable condition. Prior to that, we've been a little bit, should we say, cautious about doing too much in the way of renewals in terms of we weren't sure if it was going to be sold or not, but now we seem to be getting close to resolving that point. So we need to start looking at how we're going to move forward on it. As I said there, current renewals for community halls.
So I just wondered whether that year 2, 330 is part, some or more recovered through the lease arrangements across businesses in there, or
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
So Levin Depot's Hokia Beach Road, and then there is a range of businesses leasing, or the beach got a part. Does their agreements part some way cover those costs?
In answer to your question, yes, there's people who've got commercial leases in there that bring some money back in, but a lot of that depot value is in what's used by the actual council itself. Roading, ourselves, quite a few other people have got areas in that depot which we don't have an internal charge for at this moment in time. So there will be some payback in terms of the existing commercial operators we've got in there, but it won't cover the full amount.
On the last touch point is obviously the trucks in and out for the water tankers supplying, if that's still a collection point.
Yes, it is. They pay separately for that. I think it goes into the water account, if I remember correctly. But I'll check that out with my colleagues in water. But in terms of the filling point, yes, it's somewhere. If it was a one-year plan, the main important thing is just continue with those property disposals. Again, it's slower than we'd like, but continue with that and continue the evaluations and complete the property renewals program, certainly on the ones we're keeping. And then, as I say, there's a bit of a debate around what we do with the ones that we're potentially going to sell at some point in the future. Just a single proposed SSP for this particular activity, and that's essentially. And there's still a little bit of debate around if there's going to be any others. Fees and charges slightly different. The property income isn't quite the same as everywhere else. It's not an annual thing necessarily speaking. Generally, our income comes from arrangements, leases, and so on and so forth, and those usually have specific renewal periods. So usually 3 years. Set up there. Some go longer than that, but it's not an annual increase. Again, I've talked about this a number of times in the past, but cost of disposal will increase as a proportion of what we're getting back, and depending on market conditions, maybe unviable in some cases. In such situations, we'll need to continue maintenance or dispose of the asset at a much reduced price. So there's going to be certain areas that we're not going to get a great deal of money for, and there may not be an awful lot of market interest. So we just need to have that in the backs of our minds as well. Obviously, the ground stands at Levin and Shannon, scheduled for year 6. I suppose the question around here, when you look at the main grandstand, is do we actually want to strengthen that building, or is it looking at an entirely new design build down there? I mean, the things from the 60s, I think. But again, that's a discussion for the future. I'm going to say they're a good way in the future, but they are currently in the assessment. Key factor affecting property portfolio, as everything, is the anticipated growth of Horowhenua, leading to 3 consequential impacts: additional strain on an already fatigued asset, and that's why we need to ensure that we keep doing renewals to ensure that we get the greatest term out of that we can get. Need to provision extra facilities for an increasing population, and again, we've talked in the community, infrastructure area around indoor sports and so on and so forth. Again, it'll be interesting to see where that finishes up, but things like that are obviously going to add to our building portfolio. Additional costs to maintain and intensifying and growing property base. So again, as we get more, and you look at sort of the typical one is that as we look at the Waitereri Surf Stadium Club there, that facility is now significantly bigger than it was. And it's got a number of specified systems, including lifts and a whole bunch of other stuff. So the cost of maintaining that moving forward is obviously going to increase as well. But it is there essentially to start picking up some of those challenges in those local communities with growth. Again, back to this slide, further changes we'd like made to the draft property activity management plan and budget, confirmation of approach to funding, if there's any direction or reductions in service or reduction of service, then a bit of a feel about that now.
I'll just quickly jump in. I challenged Arthur to get us back on track, and so we've ripped through that pretty quickly. But I guess just to summarise a little bit, the key driver is obviously around the property disposal professional services and what's required to what we need to dispose the property and to continue with the property disposal program. And as well as that, the renewal program is what's driving this activity. There's not a whole lot more being proposed through this LTP.
Do councillors want to offer some direction, I suppose some philosophical direction around where a property is being identified as on our disposal list? The idea of removing or slowing down our renewals program associated with that property, or retaining it as the AMP reflects?
I'm pretty clear that we shouldn't be spending our money on assets that we're about to sell, unless we really need to do that because it's for the saleability of the property. But it's essential. But yeah, I'm not. I think we should totally pull back or at least slow down, do the bare minimum compliance checks and those kind of things. But we shouldn't be. For example, a good example would be I wouldn't want to. For us to paint the inside of the building, for us to then just go and sell it in 12 months' time, unless you can tell me that it's actually going to increase its value, which it's not.
The other question I have is the amount of time and resource and money that we're thinking about strengthening or not a whole lot of earthquake-prone buildings, and whether all that fits into the property strategy. There's quite a few buildings that we've got that are earthquake prone or below level, not just grandstands but community halls and other bits and pieces. And when's those decisions going to have to be made, whether we reinvest or pull them down or whatever?
So the general direction from council in previous years is pretty much to get rid of the halls. So obviously that's why we're looking at, and that's on the basis that they don't get a great deal of use, plus they cost money. Plus it's not just the operational money; it's more the renewal. So we already know we're looking at potentially disposing of the likes of Foxton Memorial Hall. Levin Memorial Hall has always been on a bit of a should we say, never actually fully decided what we're going to do with that, because obviously it's part of the town centre development. So all we can do with that is ensure that we keep it, as Councillor Jennings says, minimise the expense on it while keeping it in a sort of state. That doesn't mean it becomes totally useless for us, because people are still using that. Shannon, quite a lot of interest locally about taking that over. So the general thrust is where we have the earthquake problem. And Martech's probably another interesting one because again, those councillors have been here a while will recollect that Mavtech was, at least was given to Mavtech in relation to Coronation Hall, on the understanding that they look for external funding to do that strengthening and so on and so forth. They have since indicated that they're probably not getting very far on that, so sooner or later, I suppose pretty much as with the Foxton Memorial Hall, there's going to have to be a decision on, we're happy to facilitate the community, but if it's, if it's coming to a push comes to shove and a pressure point where we need to be doing that strengthening, then there needs to be a reasonably clear direction on that. As luck would have it, most of ours are not fully due to be strengthened until, 30 into 2030, so it's quite a way off, but that doesn't, shall we say, mitigate the fact that where we've got things like Coronation Hall, which probably needs a roof renewal, to keep it in a decent standard. What we're going to do with that short term up until we do this strengthening. So there's going to be things like that crop up. But the general thrust has been from council is if it's got value and other people can do it, then obviously we look to dispose of it. There's going to be certain things like the grandstands, as I say, where there's going to have to be a final decision on one, is the configuration what we need moving into the 21st century or whatever else it is, and two, are they actually ones that we are going to strengthen because that is retaining the levels of service. If you chose not to do that, then it's quite a significant change to level of service.
So, Brendan Arthur, is it then a time where we'd have that conversation around all of those facilities, or is it sort of one at a time type of conversation? Because each of them have got their pros and cons, haven't they? If you think about the grandstands, for instance, Coronation Hall, the value that's providing in a very different way that a lot of councils are probably unaware of. So, do we have that collective conversation around these facilities, or do we have individual conversations around each one of them at some point to give some direction on the long term thought of what those facilities are going to continue to bring or not?
So, Ross, are you referring to those facilities which are not on our disposal list?
Yeah, well, I'm talking obviously grandstands is a big one for a start. Coronation Hall Plain is one of them. There's a lease on that currently. It's on the disposal list, but what are the options with that building if we say we're not going to continue with it? What is the eventually? What is the outcome of that to that community and cost of demolition?
Yeah. So, probably what I'd say is that there was that report we brought to council in August that kind of endorsed the future direction around property disposals. This activity obviously needs to account for all of those assets until such time as council no longer owns the asset. The grandstands is, I think what the team have highlighted is there's a placeholder in the budget, but it's a future conversation, and that's not a conversation we're going to land pre-LTP. If there's any further direction that elected members would like to give officers around those properties, which majority of which are on the disposal list, now would be the time to do that, because they kind of underpin some of the assumptions that we'll build into those budgets, particularly if we're taking the lead that we should slow down or pull back on investment in assets that we're going to be looking to sell imminently.
Okay, guys, just some comments from me. One was just around the first part, not about the buildings, but it was about where you identified us going to electric vehicles as an organisation, and just picking up on me and Mike having a conversation, but we just want to ensure we're in line with the waste minimisation strategy that we're moving towards, because we're quite aware you can't get rid of the batteries, and so where they're going to be stored. I think when you talk about the Live in War Memorial Hall being strategic to the Live in Town Centre strategy, I could attest and say so as the Foxton War Memorial Hall. This council have invested some time and energy into Foxton Futures and the development over there, and that hasn't yet been identified as being core to that group's interests or not, but the community certainly identify it as still being core to them. And I think probably what I'm signalling is I struggle to understand what you determine a core property is and what someone else like myself might determine a core property to be. And a good example was the Hokio site that you were ready to sell in a heartbeat, and we quickly changed our minds and stopped selling that property because it actually is a strategically core property that we need. I think about the landfill site and the lost opportunity that we're already experiencing. It's been shut for how many months now, and we haven't progressed anything in terms of alternate use. And for me, that's lost opportunity. We're not talking to people about other things that can be done there that aren't going to impact on the environment, that will create revenue and generate something activity out there. And so I feel like we just, that's slowly just not going anywhere. I refer to page 138 in your report around loss of green spaces, and it's reported in there the negative impact on our community by these loss of green spaces and parks and reserves. So again, what do you determine core as council for operations, and what do our community determine as core? And then when we talk about grandstands, most of us here have grown up with those grandstands all our life. And so they are an intricate part of our district. But I do agree we need to prioritise what's required, and I think there's some robust conversations needed with the likes of the rugby clubs, HK Horowhenua, HK Kapiti, things like that, to actually understand where the priorities needed to go. You know, which grounds are going to be used the most, that require the most treatment. Because I'm not a supporter of sweating assets. I'm not a supporter of slowing down maintenance, because what I know and what I witness here is those activities cost us more in the long run. And I would have considered that annual plans and long-term plans and visions were set for a reason, and budgets were set for a reason, and we don't follow through with what we plan. So that's just my few comments, but you know, I like to make a plan, I stick to a plan, and I roll with it until I complete the plan.
Just two things from me. I wondered, like the civic building here, which is not old, but it's not new either. What is it, 20 years old or something like that, which is still fairly. But if I think about the ongoing maintenance cost of this, and I think it's 200,000 or 300,000 for the next financial year. What then for new buildings coming online, like the Waitarere Beach Surf Club? Like, is there fair projections across the next 20 years for that ongoing maintenance? Because it's obviously in a more harsh environment, factoring those in. And then what would help me, because this is like a full report, right, but in terms of providing direction, a table which said the community property, who leases it, how long is left in the lease, what we're charging or the return on it, what we're paying for it over the next 10, 20 years, like dollar amounts that is, and like what the real shortfall is, because we know that, and then that effectively is the community good, right? But I've never seen sort of in that way. Then I can see the tally, and then I can say to community, effectively you're getting X amount in return, because we're not, if we're a business, you would charge, this is kind of why we had to let go of some other, like, dare I say, pension housing, because we were never charging the true cost and recovering, and ratepayers were subsidising people living in there. And I don't want to see that on ongoing situation where we're having to give up stuff because we've just got into a point where can't afford to hold on to that no more. And yeah, so that would help me in decision making. I don't know if that would be for others.
Just on the community side of stuff, we have quite a few buildings that have got community groups in. I mean, an obvious one is 104A Main Street, which has got Safe Talk Foxton, who deliver community outcomes. But what we don't necessarily do is gather the information and the value that is, because they'll be on a community rent, and all our community groups are essentially on community rent. So there's a policy, which is the community leases.
There's a lot of them. Thompson House is a whole lot of range, so for me, it'd be nice to just
Yeah, I think we can certainly commit to that, and it might not be something we can deliver in the next couple of weeks, but certainly kind of for the new year, as you start to engage in those conversations with the community about consequence, impact, value.
This might be a question more for Jacinta, but if we don't continue the disposal of property, the assumptions that we've made in our long-term plan already for revenue from the sale of those properties, and we already have seen where if revenues fall short, we go and borrow money to cover that shortfall. How long before we reach a debt level that is uncomfortable, and how much extra does that add to our interest rate assumptions and everything like that? So if we're not getting the revenue from those disposal of properties, what's the financial impact in terms of borrowing more money to cover our groceries, as everyone puts it, because we're not reaching those targets?
Thanks. So for this year, for year 1 and year 2 of the LTP, we've assumed 4.5. So quite significantly less than was in the long-term plan amendment previously.
Right.
And 3 million for this year. 3.3 million is what's been assumed for this financial year. So it has. Actually, I'll confirm this financial year in a second. But for the LTP itself, it has reduced significantly.
Just to comment on that, though, the big hole is ultimately the endowment property, right? Because that's been put on hold, disposal of that. So all the assumptions and disposal of that property portfolio has come out of the assumptions, right? That's a significant gap.
Yeah, that and focal point and depot.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think but that also, like those assumptions obviously assume some assumptions around the Foxton War Memorial Hall, as well as some of the guidance that council have given us around Living Town Centre. Yeah, as well as a number of other things. I think, me and Bernie, like the assumptions in the LTP, the 2021 LTP were pretty optimistic. And what we've tried to do is make sure that any numbers we put into the long-term plan amendment, the long-term plan proper, are far more realistic.
Yeah.
But if we were to strip them out completely, like across the next 2 financial years, what you've heard from Jacinta is there's about a $5.56 million revenue assumption there.
Yeah.
So you'd need to essentially add that on top of your debt profile, which, as you already know, based on the current modelling, we're anticipating to breach our debt cap in 2027. So it would mean that we'd breach our debt cap, 2026.
Right.
So it would mean that we'd probably breach our debt cap 25.
Okay.
Just confirming for this financial year, when we've built the LTP model, we've assumed there's no property sales in this financial year, and that's just to be really conservative in case.
Cool.
If no one else is talking, I'll give it a go. Carbon Zero Fleet, love to see it there. A bit confused at the 30k operational investment to manage the transition. Seems like a big investment to make a plan when somebody should just look at what's on offer and make a rational decision each time they buy a car. Included in that rational decision would be using plug-in hybrids instead of non-plug-in hybrids like we've bought before, because that's just stupid. And we could put solar panels on our roof, which would double down on the return on investment. We've also got charging stations as an investment there. Can we partner with Electra? Can we put them somewhere good? Can we do a town centre redevelopment? Can we charge our things off it? If we're providing solar for it, can we get any return of investment off that? Has there been any talks of car sharing option? Well, there's a lot of councils already partnering with firms like Mevo, who will buy a brand new car and park it outside your council, and you can drive it round and pay them. I don't know what deals people have made with them, but if we can go 50-50 on a car that we drive half the time and the rest of the time it's an electric car that people can hire out, that seems like a great thing to me. A few other things I picked up. Wairiri Campground, we own some parts of that. There's a 30k here ROI. What's it worth? Do we have to retain that? I'm going to answer that one now and then I'll keep going.
Campgrounds are land only leases. So we own the land, but not the asset on top of the land. Income's around about 25-30.
Yeah. So the Playford one we're obliged to hold because of the bequest, but that one, are we obliged to hold it? What value have we got of it? Do they want to buy it? Just in terms of paying off debt. Also, Hokio House by the Landfill, that's on the to-go list. Is it just an empty? We should sell that soon. Levin Courthouse, what we got expressions of interest? Can we have an update on that sometime? And the information kiosk at the front of town, let's just knock it down. I see you mentioned that there. It's an eyesore. That's,
It's like anything, I think Councillor Tamahana referred to it earlier. A lot of people have spent a fair amount of time doing things like the kiosk, or get involved in Foxton Memorial Hall. So there's always a subtext where people really feel quite strongly about some of these things. So there is that to consider moving forwards. Whether we maintain or don't maintain some of these areas. You, I think, talked about the EV fleet and whether we partner with people. We haven't looked at that as yet, but it's a perfectly sensible thing to look at some point in the future.
And I think your queries about those particular buildings will follow up. We'll make sure we get responses.
Only asking because I haven't heard, but does the destination management team have any interest in that kiosk end, given there's a high amount of people that park up there that are driving through Levin? It's pretty obvious.
Yes, and I understand that there are some plans afoot. So, probably just need to connect the dots. Casey and Lisa on that.
Gents, just wanted to cover off some aspects on this is on page 111 on the operational projects. Carbon Zero Fleet, I don't agree with it in terms of the money allocations, and so keen to debate that. So how do we do that? Second, the property sales line there for the 300k. I was always under the impression that we're capitalising that cost, and so because any cost associated with disposing of property should be offset by the cost of. So, I don't agree to that there. And the development interactive lease database. So can you just talk more about that? That's $100,000 for rent reviews and renewals.
the lease one, currently at the moment we've got a system that you actually have to go in and look at 292 leases, as it were. If we get a more interactive approach to that, then what we'd be hoping is that instead of actually having to physically go in there, there'd be a trigger. So when a lease renewal or something else was due, then that would sort of appear for us, if you see what I'm saying. So it's more about making sure it's more interactive and making sure we stay on top of leases.
But we'll take that offline around whether that investment provides us a return.
Well, yeah, because the obvious question is, could it be outsourced, right? Yeah.
I'll just clarify as well in relation to the disposal costs. They are currently debt in the model as debt funded.
So equally on page 112, which is just about the fleet renewals. Obviously, I understand the business needs to replace its vehicles, but keen to debate and discuss the assumption there, because we're talking 600k a year for 14 years, and obviously if we're going to be going with a EV fleet as opposed to hybrids or any other, then there's a higher cost associated with it on a per vehicle basis. So I kind of really want to understand the return on investment methodology behind there, and similar with the EV charging stations. That just seems like a huge cost. When there's other potentially more cost-effective options.
Yeah, I'd agree. 600k, yeah. That's 10 Teslas a year. I don't know why we'd be buying 10 Teslas a year for 14 years.
I think there's a bit of work for us to do around that fleet and the EV and some of those figures, because it doesn't sound correct, if I'm honest. So we can take it offline and do a little bit more work around that one.
Arthur, just going back to page 111, when it talks about the property renewals program, 11 million over 30 years, is that pretty much where we're the level that we're doing now? You know, it equates to about $360,000 a year. Is that where we're at, or are we higher?
It's based on the information we've got in the asset database, but obviously we are reviewing and doing condition surveys all the time. All the inspectors are going out and doing those all the time. So it does change a little bit, but essentially it's based on what we've got in the database. Yes.
So there's a whole lot of really valuable questions and requests for additional information there, which hopefully Emma's captured it all. And we'll look to bring that back to council as soon as we can. A lot of it will just probably be email updates, but probably just checking in, other than obviously there was a question there around what's the process for a debate on the whole investment in EVs or not. We would probably look to capture that as part of the wash-up report that comes to the 13th of December council meeting. It's a similar approach we're taking to, I can't remember what it is, but there was something else where council had said that that's something you would we'd need like a formal resolution if that's the wish of the table.
Well, if I'm in the minority, don't waste your time.
Yes, well, that's where I was just getting to. Could I get us, yes, there's some good questions there around costs and process, but it would be good to get a bit of a steer around, is there a openness to moving our fleet, transitioning our fleet, and do you want officers to put the energy in to developing a report to bring for debate, or are you happy to give the signal that, we get that will happen in time and placeholder funding and the LTP makes sense?
To the point about options, hybrid EV, because It is considerable.
Yeah, even I would support a solid business case that presented the numbers and information, and ideally a return on investment over a time period. Yeah. I mean, with comparison to our existing fleet costs, because I don't think it's actually going to be horrendously more.
Yeah, we'll have a chat across the team about what we can do within the timeframes. And look, it might just be that we're not ready and we need to pull it out and it needs to come into a future annual plan. I'll chat to the team.
I would support that, Monique, that later comment of yours.
Gentlemen, sorry, there's one last thing if we're off the EV, was those properties where we are a residential landlord, and so I don't think there's many. I think there's the property next to the landfill, and then there's Durham Street. And so the comment in the asset management plan was that we're still getting that up to scratch for a healthy home standard, but we've owned that property for a really long time. So, and presumably there's also some consideration as to the long-term status of that property in terms of town centre. But can you just give me an update on where it's at, if it's tenanted and we're receiving income off it?
So we've only got about 4 of those properties now. 28 Durham Street, which is currently used as transitional housing by Salvation Army. And part of the requirement for renewing the lease was that we got it to healthy home standard, and those standards change quite regularly. The first one. The second one is another one is 645 Horowhenua Beach Road, which was referred to, and that's empty. Another one is 383 Horowhenua Sands Road, which is tenanted, and has been for quite a long while. And there's 140 Main Street. Now, one of the issues with properties, particularly strategic properties, is that the Residential Tenancies Act has changed.
Yeah.
Okay, and the problem you got with that is if you go into in what would have been termed a standard lessee-lessor arrangement, then you've got a whole lot of problems in getting people to move out. No one can have 6-month or 12-month arrangements. Essentially, when you enter into that sort of relationship, then whoever is in that property is in that property unless they breach the housing regulations under the Residential Tenancies Act 3 times in a month. So the problem is if we start tying those strategic properties up too much with standard tenant landlord issues, is that we lock up strategic properties. So what we've been looking at doing, because one, we're obviously looking at disposing of these, or if we can get money in, as I say, with 28 Durham Street, is looking at areas like transitional housing, which isn't caught under that particular act. So what it does do is gives us the opportunity, flexibility, to continue to look at that in terms of what might happen with the town centre. If I put somebody directly into 645 Horowhenua Beach, knowing that it's on to be sold, then I've got a lot more sort of issues about ensuring that it could be free for somebody who wants to buy it and move in. So that's essentially what's driving a lot of that stuff. Similarly with 140 Main Street, Top Foxton, a lot of good community outcomes there, so it's a good use of that land without necessarily tying us into a long-term arrangement we might not easily get out of.
Any other guidance or direction from the table about the property activity? So the key takeaways here is around the alignment with our disposal, the alignment with the property strategy in terms of the, I suppose, the management of costs to align with the intent around that. Obviously, a conversation needed around business case for EV or transitioning the fleet. And yeah, I'm probably signalling that might be something where we say, well, we're not ready, let's pull the money out. And given it won't trigger significance, it's something we could maybe look to in the next annual plan. But I'll check with the team first because there might have been more work done than I understand. And then, lots of important follow-up questions around, obviously a whole lot of properties which we currently look after, and that sounds like there's some interest in kind of just the current operational status of some of that stuff. Is that a fair summary?
Thanks, Alvin.
Can I suggest we break for dinner?
Yep.
Because and we will resume at 6:45 with regulatory, and then land transport is the final dish of the day. Nola, feel free to join us for dinner. Yeah, you're welcome to. Just don't tell the rest. You're an elected feedback. You're welcome to join us.
Nice, thanks, come in.
Dinner, guys.
We had a conversation today about the whether it's past the face, whether it's and so this is the question. Okay. So how much is it?
It doesn't have no, that's the problem.
If we break it in that.
I'm sure you'll be right. All the crap so easy. Every time they come in and say, the first 3 years are we going up nearly?
I know. And that's
things come along.
But they want to finish.
Yes, exactly. Yeah,
that's our way forward. Otherwise,
the Three Waters doesn't come along. And at least take the deal off our books. And we can, then get that for a breathing room. We're going to have to change our focus. But, that's well, I don't think, no, I don't, it's not, it's the model that is created that is the problem.
But those earlier numbers were given that those guarantees. We were better off, our ratepayers were better off
Well, I think
those
what I
projections
hope next is all of the horizons the region decides what they are. Well, maybe not Ruapehu and Tararua, because Tararua is thinking of Australia. Ruapehu are thinking of Taupo, and so even Wanganui can go that way. But the reasons easily do. And I think Palmerston North will be able to bring this. We're having a meeting with Grant and Wade in about a week's time to explore those.
And Tararua going to the
You think we don't anyway? Oh, sorry. Email today from Tracy. Communications. It's too much. I need to. Not that there's too many states, but there's too many states. And this what some of those discussions with government. I've been saying, let's get our act together first before we start and say to the government, give. Well, this is what we want, because they'll just tell you and say, well, you guys are interested. What believes it's just crazy. And we haven't proven that we can operate properly ourselves.
Get some dinner, guys.
That's good. That's good. Yeah. It's
I'm going to stay right next to you.
I've watched you 2 minutes. Sorry.
Have you read the book Leaders Eat Last? I'm not allowed to eat till you eat, so I'm starving. So go ahead. There's a book called Leaders Eat Last. It's all about servant leadership. It's probably the best way I can describe it. Yeah, but you're not a visitor, so can you get in there?
Nor by a leader.
Mike, are you eating tonight? No. Yeah. Although there's some yummy salad here.
Thank you. I'll talk to you later. All right. I want to talk to you about something. You want to talk to me? Oh God. Yeah, I know. What are you scheming? You're scheming.
I've just got a couple of houses. Oh, it's 100% stable. Yeah. I'll just finish the chair. But it's the basic thing to do. Expert consultations. Okay. Listen and keep
Yeah, you want 8 whole pretty much. Yeah, talk some more. Okay. See you later. Him too. Do you think he does in these conversations? Yeah. Sometimes going out. Oh, you would love it. I do. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going to close the live stream because it's still going. How do we go to? I don't know.
Yeah, I thought it was a button on the wall.
Twisted my arm.
And if I twist it so much.
And then I kind of
Welcome back.
We're on time, way to go.
First flight after lunch, after dinner, Bernie, trying to get the thing back on track again. We'll sort it. Regulatory services, so Vi and I, obviously one of the things that happened a year or so ago was the split of compliance from the consenting in the activity, so we still remain as one activity. We've added some components which I'll talk about, but we're now sort of sitting in different groups, so it's really the separation and the re-merging of the regulatory activity. Overview, I think you understand what we do, so a lot of the enabling consenting activities and then the following up compliance component of a number of those consenting activities. Consenting, so I'll just run through my stuff on the consenting side in the first instance, and then I'll do the compliance following. So the primary drivers in this space, really what I'll try to do is obviously operate from a zero base back to start, but also trying to bring another lens in around activity-based costing and aligned revenue recovery. So I guess really trying to separate the costs of the group in terms of the services that we provide, and then bring those costs back to bear largely through changes to the fee structure, which we'll talk about later, and also the proposed changes to the public-private split. So the overall intent is to ideally, I guess, have the activity pay for itself in time. There's along that journey, and one of those things is, that I'll talk about is our internal efficiency around that. One of the key focuses is that we are beholden to demand in the market, so we don't control demand. That's more of a macro factor that is driven by wider economic drivers. So we are on the end of a lot of that demand. So whether there's peaks in building and resource consenting activities, or if there's troughs, and at the moment we're in a trough. So what we've tried to do is establish a baseline and then work from that baseline and build in some flexibility for periods of great demand. Aim being to ideally develop a contestable market-based sort of delivery model. So rather than just delivery services and not having a clear view on how effective and how efficient we are, then we're really trying to shift the lens as to what do we deem to be highly effective and efficient. Key variables and assumptions really that impact the model are growth projections following the 95th percentile. So that's factoring in the well-established cyclical nature of the markets. And building market generally cycles sort of 7 to 10 years. And those cycles can be reasonably substantive, like the last one was. So we run off a big peak and then drop into a bit of a trough and then come back again, sort of like 7 to 10 years later. And aligning the long-term average growth of consents across New Zealand. So we haven't got the graph here, but it doesn't directly follow the 95th percentile. It gets there, but it's pretty much running a long-term average for New Zealand with some cyclic declines and sort of rebuilds in there as well. Operating and funding, which enables the major operation minimising adverse changes in demand on our stakeholders in the operating model. So what does that mean? Really, we're trying to build a model behind this where we can actually track and predict the impact of demand on our services. So, and not all the activities, so different consenting types, like commercial developments versus residential developments. Commercial costs are small because the input costs are greater from a skill set perspective of our employees, from a time taken to do the activity. So there's quite a few different variables in there that determine the cost of that activity. So rather than have a blanket thrown over the lot and dividing it by the number, we're trying to bring it back to actually commercial development costs more to deliver than a residential development cost to deliver. Key capital projects, we don't have any capital projects. I guess one of the challenges for us is there's no real fit for purpose systems out there that enable us to do what I've just talked about. So that ability to track and monitor that sort of dynamic workflow, actual cost component of what get to an activity-based view. So one of the scenarios in here, and if there was any surplus cash, but there doesn't sound like there is, is that we could put some provision in for development of a system to enable us to track and monitor and manage that component of our business. I've said before in different forums, but I'm a firm believer that if we can capture the sort of workflow aspect of what we do and have that dynamically bringing all parties into the consenting process and holding them accountable, then I think we will, greater than any changes to the RMA or anything that people talk about, I think we'll get more substantive improvements if we can do that than we will through any changes to an RMA that people often say is a problem. Aim really is to ensure that the functions match fit. So what would the headline say? This is not a comms written one, this is me. There's no chat GPT either, but ideally, I guess my view of the world is that we're a consenting system is delivering the best possible outcome at the lowest possible cost, returning time and value to our customers and our stakeholders. So, ideally if we're here next year and I can put the cost down because we've got more efficient, more effective, then that's where I'd like to be sitting. That's sort of the aspiration. Achieve by maintaining continued focus on activity-based costing and recovering following demand, noting changes in demand impact customer delivery and consenting costs directly. So if our values don't follow the market from a demand perspective, then the differential is time. So if we have a fixed cost base now and number of people and demand doubles, then really the thing that's impacted most severely is time for delivery to our customers. So having that ability to flex and move with demand enables us to retain the time frames, but also ideally optimise the cost. So it's a little bit tricky, and there's a few inputs, but really what we're trying to do is capture all of those and make it work.
Can I just ask a question on that previous slide about, and we've talked about this before around would there be, obviously there's some stuff that we need to put in place in terms of the system, but is there any scope to have eventually sort of 2 tiers of fees? It's almost like a regular service and a priority service? Because one of the things that's come through some of those meetings that we've attended together is where some players in the market are willing to pay more in order to speed things up or to get a higher level of priority service. And is that something that might work in this space, or that even in a short term, if we offered a priority service which gives guaranteed speeding up of time frames, does that potentially help us in the revenue space?
Look, it's a possibility. I mean, something we could look at and potentially do. I guess it does create, some other questions around separation and who can afford and not. I mean, ideally, personally, is that we would be delivering super effectively for everybody. So ideally, everyone's on a priority service. There'd be a little bit of time to get to that. You could separate and provide some differentials, particularly around some sorts of builds. If they were repetitive, sort of R1 standard houses all the same, then you could provide some sort of repetitive nature if we get the right inputs. And you could take costs out that way because we could speed up. But ideally, we get to a point where we're actually delivering a much better level of outcome for everybody. But you're right, I mean, it's a valuable point to carry through the slides, because there is, certainly something I've always say is that all the developers in the past that I've spoken to, they'll pay for time. So, you might see the numbers that I'm about to put up and say, hey, a little bit scary, but the reality is if we can track and improve in time frames with those numbers, I don't think there'll be any adverse reaction to getting there. If we're paying money going backwards, that'll be a different story. So these probably can't be read. Obviously, I think the primary movers in here are overheads, and some of those overheads are Jacinta and I have spent a few hours following them just to be sure. that they're in the right place. But some of the main changes are we brought the DEs into the team, so that was outside the activity. So the activity is a regulatory activity, but doesn't contain the DEs. So that development engineering cost has come into the activity and actually doesn't historically sit in that space. We've also taken some of the buys costs as well because we provide less support in the compliance space than we did when we were a collective in the same space. And then there's some other overheads from the group that are in there. So still a little bit of work to do just in refining some of that stuff and just making sure, still a couple of little percentages and things we're looking at, but we're generally there to give you a good perspective view anyway. Again, the key point is demand. Demand is a key component impacting our results. So we sort of have a fixed cost base and a variable demand, so we're trying to create a baseline, which would say is our bottom line, and then we'd flex with demand. We're probably a little bit below our baseline at the moment because it is pretty quiet. But as it rises, then we'd be able to flex with that and move with that. So demand is down 27% plus for the year. And I guess if you're talking costs and things, it's not something you'll see through the numbers directly. But in our unit, just doing the numbers, we're about 40% down on FTEs from where we were 12 months ago when I started. So we're probably trending at about $500,000 under salary budget to year end. And that's really us not replacing some of the roles to follow demand. So we could sit here and say, well, let's take those roles out because obviously you didn't need them, but should demand increase by 30% next year or in the next probably 6+ months, it should start to come back, then we'll need that stuff back. So I talked there a little bit about interchangeable lines between professional services and salaries, because you will see professional services and say, hey, what the heck's that? That's excessive. But to get that flexibility in our fixed cost base, we need some variable cost being professional services. And what we're trying to do with the fee structure is ensure we're recovering that and not putting our model stakeholders at risk of last year where we were behind the 8 ball in a bit of a hole. So fees and charges, the aim really was to, work from zero base up, activity costing view down. The unknown variable that we're yet to get an absolute handle on, and we're the one we need to pull the lever on, is the efficiency and effectiveness of how good we are. I've got some estimates in my head. We've got work to do to be better, but generally the charges proposing to move about 15%. But there will always be some outliers like commercial builds. So obviously the cost to deliver a new countdown is far greater in terms of our time and effort and complexity than it is to deliver a garage on the back of your yard. And within our system, those costs are differing for those types of employees and the work and the time. So we're trying to reflect that. Final fee schedule then. So once we sort of built that cost in from a zero up activity down, then we're left with a number, and then that number we've tried to then fit to the public-private split. So may not be a conventional methodology, but sort of come at it from a few angles. So on the left was sort of where we are now, outside the funding split with current demand, and sort of roughly about $173 an hour. If we then targeted our historical funding splits in the middle there, then our numbers are getting pretty ugly, around $400+ an hour. So that's not reasonable. So then we adjusted the public-private splits on the right to come to what we believe are viable numbers in the market. And when I say that, the percentages are actually very similar to a number of councils in terms of where they sit, and also the hourly rates are very similar too. So $220 an hour for a planner is what you pay. So it's quite a change there. So it is on the right hand side from an hourly rate perspective, it's about a 19% increase. But some of that 19% increase not recovered is probably what we saw on our bottom line last year. So to get that down, really, that then starts to come into efficiency and effectiveness of our team and our systems and our processes and our people. And that's the work on. And that's not an overnight fix that we've talked about before. So we don't have a system, for example, or we do, but hasn't been used around time tracking. So the ability to track people's time in terms of what they're applying to the consents, we do recover that. They track it and charge it, but there's no absolute ongoing tracking of that from a system perspective. That makes sense.
Hey, Blair, can I just get my head around this, like, particularly in the planning space? There's a whole lot of costs that the council has with staff and overheads from where we get received as queries from members of the public about planning matters, and that may or may not result in ultimately revenue for council, right? So there's a huge amount of activity, although there's a particular beneficiary of that service you can identify. The reality is that we can't charge them because and so of that planning activity, this is sort of probably unfair to ask this question, but like, do we get it? Do we have a sense of how much of the planning time is spent on people that we can ultimately charge, like we can identify and charge, and how much of the activity is just being available to the public to take inquiries?
Yeah, no, you nailed it. I mean, there is absolutely a whole bunch of activities and meetings and different things like that aren't chargeable. So then that does impact the rate. But from a percentage perspective, I mean, I don't know, midline sort of ballpark range. You know, I think if your plans were sort of chargeable at 65% and the rest was 35% for other, you know, you could say that sort of would drive your public-private split because that's not recoverable. So being a entity trying to do both as we are, we have to recover that through the rate. Some people will argue, why don't we just use external planners? Well, they cost more, but they are 100% recoverable, so there is no waste. But, you know, their rates are, you know, similar to those ones on the board, which is why some of those are there, because we do have to fail to that sometimes where we use them. And I guess from a commercial perspective, what happens is whenever we have to go out, you know, if I'm operating as a commercial business, whenever I have to go out and use an external planner, then it's going to hit me at the margin. So, you know, my margin on a commercial planner is going to be next to zero, so I'm incentivized not to use them. But, yeah, so we want to do it in-house, but that's not always practical from a time and delivery perspective, if that makes sense.
Yeah, because the initial reaction to that is that you go, I'd say, oh, well, the private benefit is it should be way higher than that, but that's on the basis that that's, you know, a service where the person is actually identifiable and receiving it. And if you increase those private percentage figures, ultimately then the people who are actually doing development, doing building consents, all that kind of stuff, are then subsidising the people who are coming in and using that service, but not then it's translating into revenue, right? So I guess that's just, we're reasonably confident on those proposed splits that that's kind of a fair allocation of costs to the people who are actually causing the need for that service.
I think the fact that they, you know, let me look at a number of different councils, they line up very closely to others, although I don't necessarily like to benchmark us against others because I think we can be better. But the fact that they sort of fell like that is a bit of an indication that it's probably reasonable for where we're at. Certainly, hopefully, you know, from next year and onwards, I'd expect that to change, but that would change our ability to be more effective and more efficient and deliver. So I wouldn't want to stay there, but I think for where we are as a starting point with very low demand, trying a new approach, I think it's probably the right place to be.
And as Blair highlighted, the tricky thing is that this, like, you have up years and down years, and so trying to build that baseline, because we've got to set a public-private split in policy. Our budget is established off that public-private split, but what actually comes through the door can dictate whether you are going to reach your public-private split. And so trying to, I suppose, manage this against a baseline because like at the moment, for example, Blair, if we were to put a number on it, we're probably recovering about 50% of planners' time is recoverable. Now we know we've got to get better, and that 50% is a whole lot better than it was a few months ago. So the 60% kind of reflects that efficiency and productivity in terms of billable hours also.
And hopefully, I guess you can see, in the changes of AFTs and sort of my time, as we're not sitting here filling the roles because they exist, because there is a risk in councils historically that when demand goes down and those roles are free, that we take them out, and then when demand goes up, we try to put them back. It's a bit like an oil company, quick to put the price up but slow to bring it down. So trying to get out of that cycle and actually build the model so it fits. And if you're talking about revenue generation and those sorts of things, we don't talk about it a lot. I have in the past, but there's an opportunity in time. If you get good enough of this and you get the right planners and we get the right people in the right space, and we can actually outsource ourselves. We can start to share with other councils. We can train and retain our own people at a lower rate, and then actually, if our neighbours are quiet, we can do work for them, or if we're, busy, they can do work for us. So we can start to share resources within councils, because typically you get a planner, we train them up, we spend all the money on them, and then they go and work for a consultant and charge us twice as much. So I want to try and train and retain the people in our business, and then in time there is potential facility for us to be able to build a model that can generate more revenue for our district.
Brilliant. That's good.
So SSPs were pretty much left the same. So not for any reason other than they're prescribed and we need to track them. We'll take out we did get our IANS approval actually just recently, so we've green light on all that. What we have is left the other two, which is really 20 days regulatory for building consents and resource consents. I don't like them. We talked about that before. I'd rather have calendar days in there, but what I'm proposing is we leave them in here and we bring in some more direct and accurate KPIs into the OPR. So you already see we've got some tracking in the OPR, but we'd look to bring more in. So we're already starting to benchmark calendar days, because I think calendar days, if you drop consent off here and pick it up here, calendar days is what matters. 20 days regulatory for a garage is crazy. 20 days regulatory for a countdown supermarket is crazy. So whoever came up with them is crazy. What we want to do is, garage should be 7 days, and you got it. To your point, Sam, what's the best? What's the benchmark? This countdown supermarket, 77 days might be the benchmark. So we want to build into that space where we're actually reflecting the reality of what we're doing. Risks. We talked about them. Unexpected change in legislation can slap us. That you would have seen over time. Adverse changes to demand, inability to source and retain skilled resource, which you've also seen. Internally, poor data availability and accuracy, like that inability to track time and do that, to know what the difference is between how long a commercial final inspection takes versus a residential final inspection. And I can tell you it's probably about an hour difference. At the moment, we have a flat rate for inspections, $200 an hour. That's not going to cover accurately what the actual cost of the activity is when we go to do it. So data is really key. Inability to gain efficiency through new systems and processes. So that's the real trick, is getting those systems and processes in place so we can get those gains. And infrastructure capacity and connected smart growth, I guess. So as we've talked about, and as we talked about joining that sort of growth strategy together and what that looks like. Some of you would have heard me talk about that too, is how do we start to get into a space where we're sort of activity-based costing new growth areas, and then making sure that we're recovering those at the right rate to make sure that we're generating that revenue to cover our costs in absolute terms. We have an input into that because we're at the end of that around DCs. But yeah, there's a bit of work to do in there too. So that's one of the internal risks that we need to cover. These are standard slides, so questions?
So this is one of those activities where there's not really much scope to reduce cost. It's how we allocate the cost. So probably just a signal from the table about whether you're comfortable with what was presented in the draft and what's been proposed through this presentation.
I've made some observation in terms of the improvement in systems and things like that is obviously, great to see. And the fact that you're, got those FTEs, whether by good luck or management, it's still a really good signal in terms of, where we're going. The fact that we have to sort of do our work according to what the market is thing. But I think the big thing is the constant communication that you're having with some of those developers and builders, and that obviously we're starting to improve those relationships, and I think it'll reflect further down the line, I'm sure, in terms of having some good positive outcomes there. So good stuff.
And yeah, there's a bit of a testament. I mean, the team is, changing and evolving, but yeah, I mean, like I've said before, probably too, I think last month our resource consents were at about 82% on time. They've been 55 for the last 2 years. And building consents have been hitting 95 pretty consistently for this year. So, we're down on numbers, we're down on demand for sure, but we've adapted to that and delivering better numbers. So, more work to do there.
All right, so compliance. Elected members might remember this picture, but not so long ago we brought the compliance strategy to the table for adoption. So this is just a reminder across all of the compliance activities, we apply the compliance strategy. What does it cover? You already know what it covers, all of those areas there, some of which have fees and charges in the licensing component, other of which are about public safety, so no fees. Key things that have driven a change in the budget for the compliance functions, so the change to zero-based budgets. We've also had a renewed focus on a user pays. So as part of the compliance strategy, we added in that provision around recovery of costs from the person who is using the service as much as possible. They will, in most cases, be around punitive actions that we can, so infringement fees and things that we can add, but there has been a change to that as well. We've also looked at where we can enforce or we can charge for infringements, that we are looking to apply that across the board as well, so around that cost recovery. And then balancing the delivery of our services, so the level of service with adherence to the compliance strategy. So that's about applying the risk matrix and looking at those that pose the highest risk, being those that we respond to when the demand is high, and looking at those that can take a longer time for us to service those complaints, that we extend those timeframes. Assumptions. We have not put in our AMP any increase in resources at all. So the assumption for us is that the level of complaints and the demand on our service stays consistent with growth as we've predicted it, either just slightly less than or on target for where we are at the moment. And if we find that growth is significantly more than or even less than, the impact that will have on our service or on our activity will be the things like licences across alcohol, food businesses, some of those other licences. The income won't reflect what we've intended it will. If the demand is higher, then of course the cost to serve, and we haven't considered any increase in resources as part of this. The other thing that we've assumed as well is that there is a raft of bylaws and policies that we need to review during this this period as well, and we did say it was one of the plan on the page priorities that we went through, and we did that. The assumption is that there are no significant changes that are proposed as part of those reviews either, because the cost associated with that has not been factored in. Overview of operating and funding. So as with consenting, we're seeking to balance as much as we can to the revenue and financing policy around the delivery of our services, the collection of fees and charges, and minimising the impact that we have on ratepayers, and the application of the compliance strategy where we are seeking to recover the costs from the person who is using our service as much as possible or responsible for the non-compliance. Probably can't read that screen, but overall, where we've tried to, and going back to zero-based budgeting, we've tried to look at actually how much money we've spent in the last 3 years across the activity and base what we're expecting to spend over the next 10 years on what we've previously spent. What I need to say around that is a lot of the services that we provide are reactive. So it's based on a complaint that's come in or a situation that has happened that has not been factored in here. What has been factored in is based on what we've seen previously and some steady growth as part of that. So yeah, pretty relative to what we saw in the LTPA process that we recently went through. Just a reminder in terms of income around that, we had made some changes to dog control and how much we wanted to recover in fees and charges from the dog owner. In animal control, we also made some significant changes in the income from food businesses as well in terms of licensing costs for environmental health. Here, it doesn't look so flash. What's driving majority of that is around overheads, and similar to the story that you've heard from others around that, there's a bit more work that we need to do in that space, but also around the uncontrolled costs as well. Probably one of the biggest topic, I guess, in our area is around the capital projects. For us, we've got one major capital project, and that's around the pound upgrade. We have indicated that we're going to need twice the amount of budget that was indicated in the previous LTP for it. You will have seen the project brief or the budget bids and information supplementary to the AMP around why an upgrade to the pound is required. Essentially at the moment the staff are doing the best that they can to keep the dogs comfortable and to meet the requirements of the MPI code, but the facility does not allow for that currently for us to be compliant. So around that, facility is not currently fit for purpose. We need to do something about that so it at least meets the minimum code of welfare requirements. As part of this process, we do need to make that deliberate decision as to when we're looking to do it, whether we want to do it, when we want to do that, and how much we want to put towards it. There is some other, going back to that previous slide, you'll see there is some other small amounts of capital funding that's put in there. Those amounts relate to the regular replacement and upkeep of equipment used to deliver our services. So those are things like body-worn cameras, handheld devices for parking, the kit that they need to be able to do that efficiently. This was a one-year annual plan, so like Lee said, the headline for us. We just want to continue to deliver the services as we are at the moment. We do need to address the pound and the pound upgrade, bringing it up to the minimum standards at least, and to maintain the equipment that our staff use to be able to deliver the service. Public-private splits. I mentioned earlier on in the presentation that there are components of the compliance functions that are public safety orientated. So these are where there are no fees and charges associated with it, or very little opportunity for us to be able to achieve an income. There are also those functions that provide, that are basically delivering a business of some sort. Licensing health and alcohol is predominantly where those would fit. Yeah. In terms of compliance with the revenue and financing policy, the work that we did through the LTPA process for alcohol licensing, health licensing, at the moment with that significant increase that we went through not so long ago, we are compliant now with the current split, so 60 to 80% private. All other areas we are borderline at the moment. When I say borderline we're covering a little bit more than we need to at the moment, but in significant amounts at the moment. One of the questions I do have, though, is that there are some areas where there is the opportunity for us to make an income, and an area in particular is around parking enforcement, where we could look to increase the parking fees, for example, and look to move that from currently recovering 100% fund the activity to more than that in terms of an income. That said, Council did tell me in the recent workshops that you want us to develop a parking strategy or a parking policy of some sort. It's not our intent in the first year to look at pushing up the parking meter fees, because we need to go through that parking policy or the parking strategy. So the intent is in the first year that we actually look at developing a parking strategy or a parking policy before we look at increasing the fees. But over to councillors to make a decision on whether that's the right approach. The area that we're struggling with, despite the work that we did as part of the LTPA process, is around dog control. So councillors made the decision to increase the private component to 80 to 90%. That's really challenging to achieve. We put the fees and charges for dogs up when we did the LTPA. It was we would be looking to increase the fees by another 30% to actually achieve the 80 to 90% in the dog control fees and charges. Dog control revenue and financing policy split. So at the moment, the fees and charges schedule, we've got some work to do obviously to set those fees and charges, but that's what we're looking at the moment if we keep that revenue and financing policy split. Fees and charges, I've just gone over that. Where we are looking to charge fees and charges for services where it is a penalty of some sort, so I'm talking about things like building compliance, where the non-compliant party should have applied for a building consent but they didn't. We've looked to increase those fees to actually, on top of that, add a disincentive for them to go through that process. So previously the fee for a certificate of acceptance was less than the deposit fee for a building consent. So what we've done is we've looked to increase those fees to disincentivize people using that as potentially their pathway to compliance in the first instance. So we've gone across all of the fees and charges that we have, such as those, and applied that same sort of methodology across the fees and charges. Level of service. So for our SSPs, we previously had 14 SSPs for just the compliance functions. A lot of those SSPs focused on the number of something, so the number of complaints. They weren't, in my opinion, an accurate measure of the outcome that we're trying to achieve for our community. So what we've looked at doing is reducing the number of SSPs by focusing on the outcome that we're looking to, or the outcome that our service provides and our activity provides to the community. So they're focused on community safety and responsiveness. So we've consolidated that down from the 14 to what you can see there. So 6, I think there's 1, 2, 3, yeah, to the 6 that are there. Focusing on how long it takes for our service to be, so things like noise control and animal control, it's about availability of the service and how long it takes for the response for those complaints that come in. For health and liquor or food and liquor, it's about the safety of the premises that people are actually going into. For dogs, it's about those dogs that are menacing and dangerous dogs, that we know about those and that we're actually measuring how long it takes for those owners to become compliant. Risks. Biggest one for us is the current state of the pound. There's also the possibility of unexpected changes to legislation from central government. I've got things like RMA compliance in my space at the moment, and we know, we don't know what might be happening in that space. Adverse changes to forecast demand, I spoke about that. If it's too much, if it's too little. And similar to Blair, the inability to source and retain skilled resulting in outsourcing. So this is particularly in our area. For this, it's really around things like the environmental health officer. So where the Health Act says you need to be an environmental health officer to be able to deliver that service. Any questions?
If we are building a super duper dog pound, is there any other way of generating income with it? I mean, is there any other uses for it? Can you take services from outside the district as well?
I guess there's always the possibility that could happen if it was a super duper pound and others were looking at needing a pound facility, then yes. If we look to our neighbours immediately to both boundaries, I guess, Palmerston North City Council are currently building a new pound facility. Kapiti Coast District Council recently, well, when I say recently, back in 2020, went through a refit of their pound as well. Horowhenua 2021 actually did a upgrade of their pound. Again, all of the reason for all three of those pounds being upgraded was around the NPI requirements.
Do we need to have a pound? Requirement to have a district pound?
Cool. Bit of a loaded question, but what we do have a requirement to do is ensure that we have adequate provision for keeping dogs in custody. So whether we need to have our pound ourselves, not necessarily, but we need to have the provision to be able to impound those dogs. So whether we own it or someone else owns it.
So that opens the door to potentially explore a private option for housing our dogs.
It does. What you will most likely find with private options is that we don't control the type of animals that we're going to be picking up. We don't control whether they are vaccinated, the temperament of those dogs. It's very unlikely you would find a private establishment that would be willing to take that on.
I got lots of questions about the pound. And my first question is, how much do we pay the architect? Tell us it's going to be another 500 grand more. I've read the NPI requirements. They're not that stringent. Like, none of them say that we need to have a building with walls. I would like to know more. I would like to see more information. Lots more information, because I can't see how or why we would build $1 billion structure for this.
Yeah, because I'd raised similar questions as Councillor Proctor had in the previous workshop around. It feels like there just needs to be maybe some optioneering around this, and so I'm not quite sure what that looks like from a LTP perspective, but it feels like before, or certainly my position is before committing to putting a budget line in the LTP, I'd want to make sure that we did that optioneering to make sure that there are better options, whether it's out of district arrangement with another council, outsource model, or and it might be even that we could put a placeholder in here further down the track, but then go through an expression of interest process to actually see, well, what is the capacity and appetite of local providers to provide a service. Maybe they're willing to build a new structure as part of their own facility in order to accommodate the council business if we provide a sort of some certainty around the service. And so I'm not sure if this is like a Section 17A type thing or, but yeah, there's sort of optioneering. There's a question around, is this something we should do or should we outsource? So that's probably where I sit, and I'm not sure how that's not very comfortable from an LTP process when you're telling us, and I acknowledge your advice that this is urgent, but maybe are there short-term options as well that are available to us in the event that we do need to provide a service in the interim until we settle on that more longer-term option.
I wonder whether, because if we think about this in the, I suppose, broader sense of other capital programs, so like we used some examples from last week, Western Park, baseball relocation, or we might even pick out some projects in the water lines, or soon you're going to hear from James around some land transport lines. I think it's important that we don't try to solve the dog pound solution through this conversation, but what we acknowledge is that the advice from officers is there needs to be some investment of some form, or we need to commit to a different approach. But to commit to that different approach, and you took the words right out of my mouth, Sam, it really is a 17A review, because it's asking ourselves the question, in order for us to fulfil our legal obligations, what is the best form and function to deliver that service? Because the location of a pound, the investment of a pound, who delivers it, probably then has a direct synergy into how we deliver animal control services more broadly. So what I'd encourage the table to do is recognising that there is a significant level of uncomfort around the cost associated with the building of a new pound, or the refit of the existing pound, but also acknowledging the work that's gone into the budget bid, that if whether it stay in year one or whether it be pushed out to year two, that it's kept as a placeholder for dog control pound investment. Now, that's not saying whether it's our pound or someone else's pound. It's not even saying we'll do it, because actually it's a recognition that there will need to be a piece of work that follows that is the, whether we call it a business case or whether we call it the review into animal control services, which will also dictate what council might need in terms of pound. And the only thing we would highlight as a risk is that any time MPI could call us up for the current non-compliance of our existing pound, and so long as that risk is well known, and so long as our team continue to put measures in place to mitigate that risk, sorry, Paddy.
I'm open to your suggestion. At least start there, defer a year and put in a placeholder, do the review, if that's the direction of the table. But frankly, the placeholder, I'm not comfortable with a $1 million, maybe 500,000. Who knows what the modelling and the review is going to reveal, but it's much easier to go up than it is to bring that back down and, in a future decision. No, just being honest. And then, because I've got similar concerns in that whole public-private split, because this is dog pound, right? This is dog control. This is about nuisance dogs, irresponsible owners, largely, and spending that kind of money, and it's no way going to be, well, you guys can pay 900,000 of $1 million, and the greater public who doesn't have dogs are going to pay the 100,000 or 200,000, because that wouldn't fly, and they wouldn't want to pay bulk of it. So it's really a big conversation to be had.
And acknowledging that, ultimately it is about housing dogs, but it's also about creating a fit workplace for our staff who have the responsibility of looking after those dogs too. So there's a wellbeing thing there as well. But if the table were comfortable with that notion of it's a placeholder, I hear your point about $1 million. I suppose the only thing I'd say is if in a couple of years' time we're bringing back something and it's like I suppose I'm just
company because they're so close to us now.
Dare I mention the fox and pool? Like I just don't want that to happen where we've lowballed and then we come back to you. But if that's the will of the table, happy to. But I think the most important thing is our assurances that no one's spending any money, no one's designing anything further, no one's signing a contract until we've done that work, and that comes back to this table for a decision.
Maybe just to put it the cost into perspective a little bit, we're looking to our neighbours at North, Palmerston North City Council have invested $7.2 million in their pound upgrade.
Oh, silly.
Can't compare.
It's still only 4 times bigger than
You just can't compare. Sounds like Border Patrol headquarters.
What was the cost of the South Wairarapa one?
$500,000.
$500,000. Yeah.
For 4 kennels and for 4 kennels.
What a national award.
Are these gold-plated dogs? Better than some houses out there.
I guess the pre-reading captures, I guess, a bit of a breakdown of what there wasn't a huge or glaring component of that office space for staff necessarily. It had all these other things air conditioning for wow, that's all.
Well, naughty dogs. Oh, I love dogs. I've got a dog, right? So.
If we're looking at what drives the majority of the cost in meeting those MPI requirements, it is around temperature control, it is around drainage. So ensuring that the drainage doesn't go through the other kennels, it's separated per kennel. And it is about the separation between each of the kennels and the material that you need to be able to separate it visually. It's very expensive. We're talking concrete or stainless steel.
Okay, so general comfort for approach of it will exist in the LTP as a placeholder, but there's further work to do and ultimately a further decision by council in time around the scope, form and function of a pound.
I think we would have been having a different discussion today, Monique, if we didn't have a decision to not sell the depot. This would have been almost a forced decision to build a new facility. So right now we haven't disposed of our property that houses our pound, and I don't see any intent in it immediately, so it's probably more about how we maintain what we've got to a level.
It was going to be carved off.
Oh, was it going to be carved off?
Perhaps what we might want to make is some of the councillors would like a site visit down there. I'm not sure how many councillors actually been to the pound, but
we
obviously missed it, so that was good.
Yeah.
I think there's general, by the lack of anyone tipping in there, it's good. Thanks, Vi. Appreciate that. And you too.
No, it's cool. That's fine.
Start with a joke. Free beers after.
Kia ora koutou. We'll get straight into the land transport activity. I'll just zoom through this because you've heard it 4 times tonight already, I believe. So moving into the assumptions and developing the activity management plan, what I'm be presenting to you today, we've basically set our budgets based on programs to the end of July 2027 for the next 3 years. As I go through this presentation, from then on, I've not set it with any CPI increase, so it would be a flat budgets, and that's basically just for the purpose of displaying the risks and benefits as we've calculated them. It gets quite messy if we're trying to guess net present value and CPI and risks, benefits and cost. So just trying to put everything as close as today's dollars as we can. So we've compared budget lines through our current, our new AMP with our 2021 AMP through this presentation. The purpose of that is basically the last time we did an AMP was the last time we really did a thorough asset management process and really looked at each activity and the spending. So this gives us a good sort of snapshot of our thinking compared to previous thinking. And further on in the piece, I'll compare to the long-term plan amendment budgets. They are slightly different, with annual plans as being adjustments, and with our process with Waka Kotahi funding approvals, there's always a bit of a tidy up, so it's not quite like for like. So just clear that up. We're assuming the entirety of our bid will be approved with Waka Kotahi. We're not assuming anything won't be approved. We were assuming we'll complete the Transport Choices project before the end of this financial year, but Waka Kotahi have signalled that they're waiting for direction from the incoming government before progressing any further with it. So we've readjusted our forecast to say would probably start construction maybe April, depending on when central government push through a decision on this one. It's all 100% funded, so if it's cancelled, it's cancelled. The income expenditure cancel each other out. It just won't go forwards. So quick coverage of what land transport is, what activities we undertake. So we do land transport planning. It's quite a big piece of the activity. It's basically whenever you see me in this table, I'm doing land transport planning. I'm talking to you about activity management plans, speed management plans, stuff like that. A big part of it's administration, so procuring and managing contracts, managing our monthly finances, our compliance with Waka Kotahi's regulations for funding. We're also a regulator for the road network, our local road network. If any outside agency, whether it's a builder doing a driveway or Chorus doing an ultra-fast broadband installation, we're the regulator for that work. We have to make sure that the traffic management is compliant, so that's a big part of the activity as well. But the biggest part of it is delivery. Most of our funding goes to contractors doing physical works, and most of our time is spent managing, monitoring, designing and supporting the delivery of the actual road works. So when we do all this we provide our community with a network which allows the safe and efficient movement of people and goods. So when we've been cooking up the land transport AMP this time round, we've been following 3 high-level principles to basically look at wherever we have minimum accepted levels of service and they've been exceeded, we've recommended reductions in investment in the relevant budgets. If we're spending, particularly an improvement related budget, if we're spending to target a risk or a benefit, we need to have a really confident understanding of how the spending and investment relates and achieves the outcomes. We don't want to, we're not recommending anything that we think will achieve something. We have to really strongly understand that when we invest, we're going to get the outcomes that we're after. And the final thing is that we've taken a fairly conservative approach to the amount of investment that we can deliver. We're realistic about our resourcing challenges, particularly into the future. So we are tailoring the level of investment to make sure that we're not overloading the resources available to us in delivery. One thing I haven't put up there as well is we're currently in the procurement phase of our road maintenance contract. So we will have new contract rates for the majority of our work moving forwards. So most of our budgets we've been assuming that would deliver a similar amount of work that we have been currently with the investment we're doing. Off the dome. Oh no, there we are. So I'm going to cover the main areas we're considering or recommending changes in detail. So in the previous Land Transport Activity Management Plan, we were really concerned about the level of growth that was forecasted and the acceleration of asset deterioration. So in the 2017 to 2021 term, we had a trend of asset deterioration in our road surfaces and our road pavements, which are our two most valuable asset categories. We were quite concerned of that, especially with the forecast of increasing growth. So we recommended increasing the relevant budgets, which the council agreed with, and those budgets were increased roughly 25 to 30% depending on the particular budget. That went quite well. The number's a little bit small up there, but our smooth travel exposure percentage, so basically how much time people spend driving on a smooth road versus a bumpy road in our network, dramatically improved. So we are now quite a bit above the average for our peer group of provincial centre territorial authorities, as well as our region and national averages. So we're well ahead of basically where we need to be. We target an 85% smooth travel time exposure, and depending on the asset, on the road class, we're sort of sitting 93, 94, 95%. So it's well above where we were in 2021, well above really where we need to be. So we did discuss this at a little bit more of a high level in our September workshop on the long-term plan, and we heard from you that you'd support a approach of cutting back those budgets, looking for a little bit of a more conservative approach to the investment and accepting a little bit of risk in terms of asset deterioration. We've got the headroom between where we are and where our minimum level of service should be, so we can afford to cut these budgets back a little bit and still achieve our targets. So our plan here is to save some money. There's 4 main budgets that are related to this particular level of service. Sealed road maintenance is the only operational one, the only OPEX expenditure. The other 3 are CAPEX, so resurfacing, rehabilitation and road improvements. The sealed road maintenance, we can't necessarily really strongly cut this one back. It's primarily a reactive-based budget where we're responding to calls. The other 3 are more planned continuous programs. So between these 4 budgets, we're cutting back based on our last Land Transport Activity Management Plan, where we thought we'd be this year. We're cutting back about 1.35 million per year, although the majority of that is CAPEX. It's similar figures to the long-term plan amendment as well for these 4. I'll just go back. So you'll see this in the presentation a little bit where I've got these 3 graphs. So we've got a level of service for each one will cover. So the level of service in this one, the left-hand graph there, is the smooth travel exposure. So the recommended option that we're talking about, and the one that'll be in the budgets, the financials for this activity, is the grey line, the line C. So we're expecting a decline in smooth travel exposure. We expect that by the time we do a new activity management plan, we won't be at that 85% smooth travel exposure. We think we'll still be above that with the level of investment we are proposing. We're calculating a risk as a infrastructure deficit as a consequence cost multiplied by the likelihood we believe that the consequence will occur. So basically, if we've got it wrong and it deteriorates faster, we'll have to invest more to bring it back to a certain level. So that's how we've quantified the risk. So there is a risk with that grey line with the option we're recommending, but we believe that it's the right approach considering the value of the risk compared to the value of the savings.
James, I just wonder, before we get into a bit more of the detail about the options that we've scoped out in order for investment to go up in some areas, I'm not sure how many elected members have had a chance to have a play in the digital activity management plan that we sent out as pre-reading, the one that you can click on and you can create highs and lows. No, that's all good. I just wondered, James, whether just talk about it at a conceptual level first around the idea of a high, medium, low risk option, just before we get into the specific activities. You might even want to bring your screen up.
Yeah, I might just
click on it.
Yeah, I'll talk through it primarily, but how we've approached the AMP is to lump certain budgets to associate them with a level of service and a risk. So increasing these sets of budgets is going to increase this level of service, it's going to decrease this risk, and we'll have 3 sets of options basically tracking the performance of risk to the level of service. We can go into the back end of the AMP and we can tailor it, and we can come up with scenarios where we can effectively pick and choose. If we want to spend more in this area but less in this area, this is what the overall investment will look like for the activity, and this is how it will be affected with the risks, basically.
Which scenario do you think is best?
Our recommendation for this particular level of service is C, which is we believe the cost savings. Our recommendation for this one is the cost savings are worth taking on a little bit of risk.
In some ways, we are fine-tuning the activity. We've been in a reasonably stable space for we sat there and put the contract together 9 years ago, and some of the team is still here today and has been adding data, adding details through, and we certainly saw the growth in the risk to our network with increased potholes and some of the deterioration. But we do have time, even over a 3-year period, that we're not talking complete cuts and stopping fixing roads. There's still a renewals program, but we're just pulling back a little bit on that activity and fine tuning it. So very much the recommendations that James has put up are backed by experience and data, and we're comfortable that there won't be a noticeable impact on the network as a whole. We might see occasionally more potholes appear here and there, but that is actually a sign of good asset management practice. All the programs that you'll see tonight will be recommended programs from James, and in some ways we are just fine-tuning the activity. We're not talking massive shifts in level of service and performance. With the exception of poor footpaths, and we'll talk more on that shortly.
Sorry if I'm throwing a huge amount of information at you. So the blue line here would be roughly a 20% increase on our current program. The orange line would be around about the same amount of investment. So we don't think that there's a significant, we could spend a lot more money on this activity, go the other way, and we don't think we'd achieve a lot of improvements in the level of service. We think if we keep the same amount, it's possible that we might have the same consequence and have an infrastructure deficit, but we think it's fairly unlikely if we keep the same amount. We're confident that if we go with the preferred option, option C, eventually the risks would catch up with us and we would have an infrastructure deficit, so we'd have to spend more money than we really should be to try and catch up to a minimum level of service. But we're comfortable recommending that approach at this stage because although this is like a really long-term activity management plan, long-term plan, infrastructure strategies, 30 years, we are going to revisit this. We will continue to do condition assessments. We can back ourselves to get it right in the future and make the right calls. The next one covering off is a resilience to natural hazards. So in the previous AMP, we were really concerned about this issue, but we were primarily concerned about one particular facet of it, and that was Gladstone Road. So prior to the long-term plan, we knew that Gladstone Road was going to be a problem, and 3 days before this current term started, that slip fell over and some dirt got on the road, so we had to start building this new one. And that basically dominated this entire space of resilience improvements for the land transport activity. So it was very high cost, not a great not a great spread of the spending across the district. It was a high cost, high intensive thing that we absolutely had to do, but it benefits one particular place and it doesn't benefit the wider district really. We have had some issues with natural hazards other than Gladstone Road over the term. So we had the same event that caused that slip. We had quite bad flooding in June 2021. The water treatment plant almost ran out of water. A little bit less than a year later, we had a tornado, and then later that same year we'd have extended flooding in pretty much all the beach settlements in the district. So we've been battling the natural hazards a lot over the last 3 years. Across the business, we just one little part of it with land transport, but it's been a big impact. So we're looking to put together a program of resilience improvements. So basically these will be improvements undertaken in the road reserves to reduce the risk of flooding, unplanned road closures, slips potentially, doing things like upgrading the size of culverts, improving drainage within the road reserve to ostensibly reduce the risk of unplanned road closures, as it's a Wakakotahi subsidised budget. It needs to be focused on transport, but there'll be secondary benefits of reducing the risk of property damage by flooding, health and safety risks associated with flooding. So we're proposing, I think, a $650,000 per year improvement program.
Are we slipping more shared pathways underneath the resilience lens? Or?
We will get to walking and cycling. I would have my work cut out for me writing a business case for resilience improvements. Yeah, I could do it, but it just probably wouldn't get approved. But it's a good question. So we don't have a clear baseline of unplanned road closures currently, but that's the level of service we're targeting with this particular budget. we'd plan to baseline that in the first year and then go for have a KPI in our activity management plan of decreasing the unplanned road closures from the year before. I've cooked up some figures from the Insurance Council of New Zealand, also Wakakotahi's cost data for emergency reinstatements to calculate a consequence cost for our district of natural hazards, with the aim that we'd be reducing those costs over time as we invest. And we expect it would take a long time of delivering programs like this to get to a point where we have significantly reduced the actual costs to ourselves and the community caused by natural hazards. But we're confident that we absolutely would be able to. We have a good understanding of problems with drainage in our network, with bridges that might not have enough space between the bridge deck and the bottom of the river. We know there's culverts that aren't big enough. We know that there's drains that aren't functional. And we know that we can fix these problems, reduce the risk of unplanned road closures, and potentially, more importantly, people's houses getting flooded. So again, we've got a few scenarios that we could spend more or less, have various levels of service achieved, and we can tinker and really get to the bottom of exactly how much investment we're comfortable with putting forward to this one. But we are going for a middle ground, starting off with $650,000 a year annual program. It'll be a lot of smaller projects network-wide. Delivering this outcome would be our plan. Walking and cycling. So in the 2021 Land Transport Activity Management Plan, Wakakotahi did not subsidise our walking and cycling improvements. They did subsidise our renewals, but they did not subsidise our improvements. We had quite an ambitious program put forward to them, and they did not want to give us money for it. So we rescoped it and cut back the budgets to basically be local share, what we had planned for the local share, with some adjustments. But we have had delivery challenges with cycling improvements. We haven't delivered the full programs even with the reduced amounts, so that's not very good. In terms of footpath renewals and improvements, so new footpaths and renewing footpaths, we've delivered that easy peasy. We're quite confident and have the capability to deliver that stuff. Basically any amount we can do that. So yeah, there's the transport choices again. So what's the plan now? We're confident that the community are still keen on footpaths and cycle paths, so they want a better level of service. And they also really want us to fix the footpaths that we've got. They're not happy with the condition of the current footpaths. And the evidence I have from this is our 2023 Voice of the Customer survey, which got really, really good response. I think like close to 10% of our district responded. I didn't just make that up. Good. So I went through all the comments about land transport, because there was bits you could leave your own comments, and I assigned them to broad categories, and I tallied them all up. So there were a lot of comments about potholes on the state highway. When someone said something like fix the potholes, I've said it was on our roads. I'm pretty sure they're talking about the state highways, but to be fair, I put it into the our roads category if they haven't described the location they're talking about. We had some really useful comments, like this person's wanting us to add and link cycleways, talking about supporting local movement and also a bit of a recreational tourism type benefit there. Some quite good passionate comments that potentially weren't as well thought out, but they got their point across. We had some just good positive feedback as well, which it's quite nice to see. It's an anonymous survey. No way to tell. So what's the plan then? We want to eradicate footpath trip hazards by renewing all, or practically all, as much as we possibly can, poor and very poor condition footpaths by the end of June 2027. We're confident we can do that with the budget we're putting forwards, which we spoke about this in a little bit of detail in our September workshop, and there was a general support for looking at increasing this budget, reducing that risk of trip hazards. So we've put a few scenarios aiming to get rid of these poor and very poor conditions footpaths. Over a long term, it actually costs a little bit less money to knock them all out in 3 years than it does to spend about $650,000 and knock them out over 8 years. Because once we've got all those poor condition footpaths out, we can drop that renewal budget back down to about what we've got now, which we think, based on our asset condition trends and the investment we're doing at the moment, we think that we're renewing just a tiny bit less than it's deteriorating, if that makes sense. So we're just slightly not enough of the current level of investment to keep it static. So a short, sharp increase in investment will get the whole network into a good spot, and then we can drop it back down and keep it in a good spot. So that's a proposal. We could spend a little bit less and have a less of a jump, but it would be overall over a longer term a higher investment to get to the same level of service. For the risk, I just cooked up an infrastructure deficit to consider that cost for the risk one as well, because I couldn't really figure out a good way to put a cost to like trip hazards. But yeah. So what about new footpaths? So we are not recommending increasing the new footpath budget. We've had a general plan to try and get a footpath on at least one side of the road in all urban areas in the district, which we've been steadily getting through over the last few years, well, more than a few years, but it's starting to get to the point where we're starting to get to parts of the list where we go to the community and we have conversations with the community, and they signal that they'd rather not have a footpath on their road. In some beach communities, they'd prefer it to be a more they prefer the aesthetic, I guess, of a more rural beach sort of town. They talk us out of turning up there with the construction gear. So we're not particularly focused on increasing the new footpath budget at this stage, but again, that's a government's decision. We're happy to take direction on that if there's a different approach around the table.
James, sorry, just on that. So that doesn't. So that's where we lead the development of. So we're almost like retro installing a footpath, because any new subdivision that's going to be done by the developer and then in theory vested in council, which will increase. Well, it shouldn't in the short term increase maintenance budget, right? Because it'll be a brand new footpath. So there's no kind of need to have a corresponding budget increase for that. So yeah.
Sorry.
So what about bikes? So we do want to increase spending in cycling improvements. So shared pathways, although you can walk on them, we've generally used a cycling facilities or cycling improvements budget to pay for those. Basically because it's a wakakotai funding thing, they won't let you do a new footpath out of the walking facilities budget. So we want to introduce a new KPI, and this is also an SSP we're wanting to introduce, a new SSP, which I'll talk about more when we get to the SSPs. So basically, we want to have a percentage of the urban transport network which provides safe walking and cycling facilities. We want to see it increase year on year. That's our proposed KPI and SSP. It's a little bit complex about how we define this, so we're still working on this particular part for our activity management plan, but effectively we'd have each and every road categorised in a specific category based on its surrounding land use and its function for transport. So if it's a really busy road and it's really commercial area, it's called a main street. If it's just a residential area, it's not very busy, it's called an access road category. So we'd have a definition of what a safe walking treatment and cycling treatment is based on each category, and then we'd look at our network and figure out what percentage is meeting that criteria, and year on year we want to see that number increase. That would be the new KPI we're looking for.
That sounds pretty cool, but could drop the urban, can't we? Can't it just be across the whole transport network?
Yeah, that is something we did have a lot of discussion for, and if the view around the table is that it should be total network, we can absolutely do that. We had some reservations for having the whole network. There are simply parts of our network where it would be somewhere in between unfeasible and uneconomic for us to deliver a safe cycling treatment. There's rural roads where we have really deep drains and they're quite narrow, and to deliver a treatment that would make that safe for cycling, it would be very expensive. We could do that, we'd just be accepting that we'll never get to 100.
That's fine. I mean, that's acceptable. It's quite logical and practical, really, isn't it? But I mean, I don't see why we should just limit ourselves to the very small amount of urban area we have in our district.
Yeah, I'd be more than happy to make that change to the SSP and the KPI.
You've got to stack up, though. I know what Jonathan's saying, you agree, but I get that. But yeah, it has to stack up in terms of the usage and the feasibility of that. So hopefully have the conversation, but yeah, like everything else, got to stack up.
Your point, Jonathan, is you'd hate for us to limit our investment to just the urban network.
Well, there's the limiting to the urban network, but there's also, that's an easy way of limiting yourself to the urban network by reducing safer cycleways and things like that around town, because it's already pretty safe and pretty well established. But I think we need to improve connectivity across our whole district, and it'd be nice to have the resilience across our whole district with a few cycleways and walkways as well.
Yep.
Okay, I'll go ahead and change that.
Can I just check though? I just read somewhere else that the shared pathway network is to be reviewed or brought up to speed, or and prioritised around district wide. So it isn't, so that it's not just urban. It does. So it stacks up. We're supposed to do that piece of work, and I read somewhere it's in the near future. So it's not completely lost, and I hope that they would link. Okay. Yeah, and then I've got a question after about resilience.
Okay. Yes. So there is definitely more work in terms of shared pathways, cycling facilities, urban or rural. I'm quite keen to keep today's discussion a little bit higher level, so we can keep the investment decisions front of mind. It's sort of one step down to talk about the program, where we're building, how we're prioritising, whether we're focusing on recreational paths or paths to school, or if we're focusing on one area or the other. We definitely want to do all that. We're not prepped to cover that discussion right now, but we certainly intend to in the near future to cover that off in detail.
indication of
Thank you, Daniel. At this stage, it's looking, depending on LTP timeframes and how much, we can go whenever. It's going to be working within your timeframes, basically, and council's load for working through the LTP. But in terms of our work planning, we've been planning early in the next calendar year to tackle it.
So we were obviously wanting the LTP pre-engagement to inform that strategy. So the intention being that this kind of secures the investment and the strategy, and then we hopefully move our focus into the shared pathways strategy early 24.
Paddy just had a question about resilience.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it just came to mind when you showed that aerial view of the Gladstone Road project, and my question is about Florida Road and I guess the interim measures that we've done, and then September, I think, for the Higgins piece, to add some support, but it kind of says there's like this 2-year, 5-year window, and I wondered for that one property it serves, and it even references a milk truck, like how much money might, maybe it's too hard to tell right now, but if we actually looked at, an example like that, but for one property is a managed, dare I say, managed retreat, that the alternative cheaper, or
so that Florida Road example is a good example of natural hazard impacting our transport network. So if you're not aware, Florida Road is just on the south side of the Ohio River. It's being eating into the bank, the river's being eaten into the bank and undermining the road a little bit downstream from the water treatment plant, on the opposite side of the river, if you know where I am geographically. So it's in 2021 we had to put some rock protection in, and our emergency works to stop it undermining the road. It's since the thing with rivers is that you do rock protection somewhere, it erodes somewhere else. It just finds somewhere else to cause trouble. You can't beat the river. It just erodes somewhere else, basically. The erosion will continue on Florida Road where it is, will fall into the Ohio River at some point. Currently, how we're dealing with that risk is to monitor it. We have road reserve that extends another 15 metres away from where it currently is. We've got quite a wide road reserve, so the farmer has a fence encroachment, so it doesn't look like the road's as wide as the road reserve actually is. We know the roads will put the road back a little bit further away as a sort of 2-year mitigation treatment that would expect it to last until it gets washed out again. Now, why would we invest in building a new road in somewhere that's going to get washed out in 2 years' time? It's just a dirt track. It's barely a driveway. It's a day's work with a digger and a truck and a grader. It's not a big investment to do this. In the meantime, we're going to be exploring options and speaking to the landowner and changing basically its access to the road, or exploring options. So it's quite a big property, and there's other options to provide access that would potentially bypass this particular risk.
James, can I just ask, why is it just our responsibility? Is Horizon's got no role in the management of that section of the road? That's been scaring me forever, ever since I was a child swimming there. So, and I see it does the same activity every year. So I just wonder why are we completely responsible in this and then I'm also aware it's actually it's a traditional fishing place for many, because there's also a really important system right there as well as right where you're talking about. So I am interested to know, is there others that should be assisting in this process?
Yeah. If council had $1 for every time it asked that question, we would have a lower rates increase, I think. I honestly don't have a good answer for you. I've asked the same question and I haven't had a good answer, realistically.
Because they're trying to keep rates down too.
Yeah.
I suppose some of it lies in the fact that doing a significant river retraining, putting rock groins or trying to manage the river, rather than letting the river manage itself in some ways in that area and actually just retreating the road. We've got similar issues with properties where their boundaries are in the middle of the Manawatu River. That it's, at the end of the day, it's the stockbanks do form a significant boundary, and at times we do need to let the awa take its own course. So in this particular instance, the impact of that moving is probably less so than trying to keep it in one place. But yeah, admittedly, a joined up approach with Horizons on other particular matters may be helpful, but in this instance, we're probably feeling that we can manage it.
I get that it's not a huge undertaking to do temporary repairs, but I suppose really my question is, how many times do we continue to have to carry the brunt of someone else's obligations, and when will this council get serious about holding others accountable just as we're held accountable by our community, because we continually see this happen. We saw it happen around the Foxton Wharf repairs with gain an asset that didn't belong to us, but our community have to front the bill, and it's not the only occasion it's happening. And so that's my question to us as a council is, when will we get maybe a legal position to actually have our other authority do what they're required to do?
There's possibly another aspect around the need to give the Aroa voice, and the establishment of a kaitiaki steering group for the river that can focus on water take priority managements from one end of the awa to the other. There's an opportunity that sits there that we're going to try and open a conversation up through the Poets Road work, but there's a lot of work happening along the length that would benefit from a joined up discussion with both Horizons, HDC and iwi partners.
Okay, so back to walking and cycling. I've treated walking and cycling as a little bit different to the other levels of service, where we're targeting two separate levels of service and KPIs with the same budget. So the costs here are basically the renewals improvements for walking and cycling split in half, so we're not double counting the benefits to the cost. We've split it into two basically KPIs and benefits, or mitigating risks, you could describe it. One that is focused on the economic benefits to our users, and one that's on economic benefits to us. It's quite common for walking and cycling to be described from the operations level to the governance level in terms of benefits to health and the environment. We've taken an approach of really focusing on the economic impacts both to our community and to our own business. So in terms of the benefits to the community, how we've worked this one out is looked at Ministry of Transport data on the percentage of trips per region that are taken by car versus public transport versus active transport, basically, walking and cycling. And we've found is another region that is fairly comparable but does have higher levels of walking and cycling. So we are comparing ourselves in this instance to Nelson Tasman region. Nelson Tasman has 74% of their trips by car. We have 84% of our trips by car, so we're a lot more than them. It's not a like for like scenario, but it's kind of the best we could do with the data that was available for us. And basically, we're taking the view that the lack of safe and effective walking and cycling facilities is the primary barrier to people basically walking or cycling to work. Walking and cycling for the majority of our particular population, we believe it would be a more economic form of transport in urban areas. It probably wouldn't be as feasible from, say, Foxton to Levin, obviously, but someone who's commuting to and from somewhere in Levin, if they're walking and cycling, for a big section of our population, it will probably be a more economic form of travel. And for many of parts of our population, it may simply be the only accessible form of transport. So the risks we've got basically is the loss of, like, the extra costs that the community are incurring by having to take a more expensive mode of transport. So again, we've got the middle option here is our proposed budget. It's lumping in a few, so it's got the footpath renewals, cycling facilities and walking facilities in these graphs. So the other way we've looked at it is the cost to us, and basically the higher percentage of cars, or the highest percentage of trip by cars, the higher the amount of deterioration we'll experience of our network. Walking or cycling effectively is negligible, causes negligible deterioration onto our assets in comparison to car trips. If we continue along the same proportion of car trips to walking and cycling trips, we will have a much higher rate of deterioration to our assets, and compared to a region like Nelson and Tasman, it's just that 8% less trips are basically happening, causing deterioration to the network. Is there any questions on that? So just to clarify, the second one, which is tracking basically costs to council, we aren't proposing to put that as an SSP solely because we don't believe we're not as firm in the figures as we are with the percentage of walking and cycling, having a safe walking and cycling network over our entire network. But we're still tracking in our activity management plan. So how much? So 3 relevant budgets we've got up here. This is a little bit tricky because the improvement budgets are quite different from the long-term plan amendment compared to what I've got here, because what I've got here is basically what our current unsubsidised spend is if we continue at the same level into the 24-25 financial year. So we're looking for an increase in footpath renewals of $300,000, or a 58% increase in expenditure. A increase in expenditure in cycling improvements by 26%, so going up from an unsubsidised $570 to a subsidised $720, which actually results in a decrease in the local share expenditure. And then keeping the footpath improvements budgets the same. Now, these figures are still quite a bit lower than the long-term plan amendment figures for footpath improvements and cycling improvements, and we could look at increasing that back to the long-term plan ones and get to how that compares in a minute. But this is part of where our consideration into the deliverability of these programs comes in. If pressed, we could deliver more, we believe, but we want to be realistic. We don't want to put larger budgets than we can achieve forwards. But again, happy to take direction. Is there any
James, just on the cycling improvements, that doesn't necessarily mean it's a particular type of treatment, does it?
No.
So it can be shared pathways. It doesn't have to be dedicated on road, separated cycleways.
No, it can be, any basic improvement that's targeted at cycling. It can be a cycle stand, it can be an on-road cycle lane, it can be a shared pathway.
I'm just trying to understand what you've got up there. So you're saying that you're going to make a reduction in the amount you spend anyway, but that's only because you don't want to try and do more because you don't have the capacity to do more. Is that right?
It'll be a reduction in our local share and increase in our, compared with today's levels, and an increase in our total expenditure. A decrease on what the long-term plan amendment says. So long-term plan amendment has, I think, 1.18 million in cycle improvements for next financial year. I wouldn't be able to guarantee we could deliver that, especially if the Transport Choices program gets pushed into next financial year as well. So into safety, there's I think the last broad category I'll be talking to you about. Safety's been quite a tricky one for us. So we've got an SSP of reducing the number of death and serious injury crashes on our network from the previous year. The nature of the accidents that happen is very random, so it's very hard for us to figure out if we're actually achieving this, if we've got a long-term decreasing trend. We don't have a big enough network to generate enough data to really give us firm information. We can go further back in time and look at the trends, but it becomes very difficult because factors like growth, vehicle safety, just driver behaviour changes over a longer period of time, and we can't really see how our investment is targeting it. So it's quite tricky. We do know that the investment we do works when we spend money on a safety improvement at a specific spot. We can go in and look at the data and we can see lots of crashes before, not so many after. At the end of 2016, we redid the Bath-Cambridge Street roundabout, out here by the roundabout, by the rail. Causes quite a bit of traffic at the moment. That's due to the lights. It's not us, State Highway 1. But between 2011 and 2016, there were 23 crashes, 1 serious injury crash, 9 minor injuries. In the 6 years, so same period of time since then, there's been 10 crashes, 1 minor injury, no serious injury. So we've half, or slightly less than half reduced, or slightly done better than reducing it by half, the number of crashes, and the severity has tailed off significantly, so there's much less injury crashes happening. Every single safety improvement we do, we see similar stats, and we can look at each and every one. What we're not clear on is if it's actually affecting the entire network. So we can't really feasibly do the same sort of treatment for our entire almost 600 kilometres of road. That would be too much money. So we're looking at adjusting our program to be less centralised, we'll do less impact for lower cost treatments over wider areas, lower cost stuff, but lots of it rather than big roundabouts is broadly our plan. The examples would be speed humps in areas where we know speeding is an issue, mini roundabouts that might cost $20,000 on intersections that we otherwise might spend $250,000 or $300,000 doing a proper roundabout on. More investment in things like audio tactile profiling, which is the rumble strips you drive over on each line of your car that wake you up if you're falling asleep. We're looking at those sort of things. What I'm talking about here is primarily 27 onwards. Between 24 and 27, we do have a fairly packed program of projects which are still fairly high-cost projects targeting schools primarily and other areas where there are vulnerable road users for the next 3 years. We do know that those areas have a higher rate of death and serious injury crashes compared to the rest of our network. They have about the same number of crashes, but way worse severity when the crashes happen, basically because they're more likely to be crashes involving pedestrians rather than crashes involving cars. So that's a problem we understand well, and we know the formula for solving, and that's our plan for the next 3 years. But further on, we're looking at a more decentralised program of safety improvements. So we are looking for an increase, recommending an increase for this budget as well. So I've put 2 budgets up here, so our minor safety improvement budget. Prior to the 2021 land transport AMP, we were spending about $1 million a year on minor safety improvements, and we cut that down in 2021 to about $500,000, and it's just been slightly increasing year on year. So it's about $550 at the moment. So we're looking to increase that to 744, basically to get through the program we've got in front of us of improvements around schools and other sort of similar spots where there's a lot of vulnerable road users. Like we've got projects in the works around the pump track in Foxton Beach, where there is a lot of kids walking and cycling around there, and it's a four-way intersection that's just controlled by 2 stops, which is a fairly dangerous configuration of an intersection. So those sorts of projects are what we've got planned for the next 3 years. So B is the middle option here. The road improvements, I've included this in here for a little bit of context, but so that's a budget we covered in the sealed pavement condition slide earlier on, but basically this is a budget that does contribute to the safety outcome, and we're reducing it, but it's basically when we do a pavement rehab, we also widen the road quite often, and that's the budget that pays for it, so we're reducing that. But yeah, just for context is that. So the costs are basically the community costs of death or serious injury crashes. We're forecasting if traffic increases in about the same rate that we're forecasting growth to happen, we'll get between 11 and 12 death or serious injury crashes a year, based on what has been happening over the last 20 years. But it's very hard to say. There's so much randomness in how it happens. We invest more, we're confident we'll see a reduction, but we just don't know how much. We might need to spend a lot of money just to keep it at about the same and offset the impacts of traffic.
James, can I just ask a question to that example you gave at Foxton Beach? Is a site like that, as you said, having the 4-way thing there, does that require a treatment as such in terms of a road or intersection change, or is that something that we should treat similar to like the speed review around schools and that, given that it's a park and a beach entranceway? Is that another way that area could be, I'm just picking on that one area as an example, but is that a way you could treat it without the huge costs of intersection changes? Is I've never seen an accident there, ever.
Seems real newness as well.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, and to be clear, Waka Kotahi approved the safety improvement budget project by project. They don't do it program by program, and this one is very much in the maybe camp. We know it's worth doing based on the layout and the use of the area at the moment. I'll get to your question in a second. I just want to cover this on. Waka Kotahi rely on crash data. The pump track hasn't been there that long, and there isn't a huge history of crashes. So we know, looking at the situation, there's a big risk it needs addressing, but we're not 100% certain that that project will get the subsidy approved at this stage. In terms of the treatment, whether the speed limit would be effective, potentially, I think it's reducing the speed would be the outcome we're after. Without going into too much detail, I believe if we put up speed limit signs and no supporting treatments, we would probably see a dramatic decrease in speed. Generally need to have some infrastructure supporting it, but a combination could mean that we don't have to do a $500,000 roundabout there. We could do something lower cost and achieve the same benefits. But yeah, it's still quite early days and in the concept stage, the team are designing it at the moment. So fees and charges, I'll try and go really fast from here, team. I know it's quite late. So yeah, we changed some of them because it costs more. It's basically the long short of it. Mick Longley pretty much covers all this. It takes up some of his time. I asked him how much time it takes to do all these bits and pieces and worked out how much it costs, and we've supplied increase. We've basically updated these figures to reflect that. Some of them are quite high percentage costs, and we think last time round, or whenever was the last time these were set, they were probably undercooked a bit. And the other one is the temporary road closure public notices. So if you want to close the road for an event, that cost has gone up because the advertising costs have gone up, basically. That's it. Operating and funding. I will zoom through these because I'll get to the one that's more focused on activities, but it's quite hard to see. But these graphs cover stuff like the Taraika Crown Infrastructure Partners projects as well. So there will be some spikes that don't necessarily reflect the overall direction of the land transport activity. But yeah, not traumatic changes on compared to the LTPA. So that big capex is primarily what I like to call Tony stuff. So this is going to be hard for you if you've got myopia, but basically comparing the long-term plan amendment to the budgets we're putting forwards now, there's a $50,000 decrease on operational expenditure on these activities, and total expenditure 679 decrease in renewals, 308 decrease in improvements. So it's a total decrease in these work categories of just over $1 million of total expenditure. This is like the expenditure we're basically doing all of it from. This doesn't tell the whole story of the finances for the activity that include depreciation, interest costs and overheads. But this is basically what we are managing in the activity management plan. So these are all the figures in total. Expenditure figures, but I've gone through and done the same thing with local share. So For most of these budgets, we contribute 39% of the cost from next year, with Wakakotahi providing 61, assuming again that they accept the entirety of our bid. So overall, just under $20,000 reduction in local share compared with the long-term plan amendment, just under 265,000 in renewals, just under 120,000 reduction in improvements. So yeah, that's that. If we want to cut more, it is kind of difficult to completely scope what the effects would be while we don't have our new contract rates set. We could talk about reducing the network and asset management budget, which we've kept to be the same as the LTPA. This is the budget that pays for most of the staff time and all of the condition assessments. So we could reduce about $125,000 a year by reducing the number of condition assessments. It just means, and there would be no direct level of service impact in the 24 to 27 year. The problem would be that we'd have a hard job doing such a good long-term plan next time. We wouldn't have the data we've got today next time around. We wouldn't be able to draw the same conclusions we're making about having really good sealed road condition and being able to drop that budget down. So it's an option, but there would be impacts. We could also not proceed with the program business case, which I've spoken a little bit about with you before, which we need to do a lot more of. But it would be problematic because this is kind of what we're planning to suss out revocation, like really work out what we need out of the roads to be revoked, what we want them to look like, and get business cases and support Wakakotahi and basically lead that process to make sure that we're getting a good outcome there. We could drop that, but we'd have a hard job getting a good revocation outcome. We'd have to find another way to basically achieve the same result. In terms of
just around the contract, I think James raised the point earlier that the tender for the road maintenance contract closes at the end of the month. So we're a little bit hesitant to declare too many further savings when effectively the large majority of the rates that inform this will be revised through this tender process. So that's the first time in 9 years that we've received a fresh set of rates in the market. So there'll be some options that we can manage that through the process and the templates that are set out here. But at this stage, we're not expecting the maintenance costs to be significantly lower than we've currently got.
It's the cue for bedtime, James.
Yeah, I think I could.
Yeah, round it up.
Yeah, I'll round it up. So, yeah, the other
or sensing some disconnect there. And so I hope there's some really good, robust discussions with that project in terms of how they can further support what the aspirations are, and linking to those really critical things that we need to achieve. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, everyone.
Yeah, and so obviously the way in which land transport is framed, in 3 years' time, that's where we want all our assets and activities to be across the organisation. And it's really great that James has been able to lead from the front and do such an excellent job in providing operational leadership across the business. What I just want to check is that obviously there were options within options and all of that. We've kind of given our officer recommended approach. Obviously, as we continue the conversations over the next few weeks, there's going to be options to dial things up, dial things down. But I didn't get a sense that there was an allergic reaction to the strategic approach that we were taking around the investment profile and how risk and logic was driving that. Cool.
All I'd say is that there's obviously we've done that LTP pre-engagement stuff and keen to see the results of that. But I think that is almost about prioritisation within the existing budget lines. It doesn't really affect the budget lines themselves.
That's more about what gets delivered within.
Yeah. Also, James, I think the fact that I like the fact that you've actually listened to the table in terms of things like the footpaths and those sorts of things, and worked out a plan to actually fix them in that short space of time rather than just letting it drift again. I think you've acknowledged what has been said around the table and things like that, which is great. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Just one note: the AMP will be continuously changing a little bit, bit by bit, so it's not a finalised at the moment, and has to be reviewed by Waka Kotahi and get their input as well. It's our business case for that investment. So we'll look to have it as a final, basically set as the AMP, basically on the day the LTP is endorsed, and that'll be the AMP as of that point. But we'll basically have another version of that moving forward to the next forever.
Thanks, Tate. Brings to the end of 12 hours now.
Sorry, we've got the last slide, but next week.
Next week.
Get excited.
He's the one that you wanted to
No, it was in the democracy. So there's on Friday.
Where's the document that Rogan was referencing about the modifiable spreadsheet that you were in?
It's already.
Oh. No, I'm just looking. Remember when we did it?
We did it.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't.